All right, here we go. We're back. Where were we? The last thing we had done was we managed to get some trading going. We got traders plugged in now. We've programmed the controls for our trading station so that we can call in people and then buy things and stuff. I was also thinking, I was looking online last night at this dude. We should be able to use it. Anyway, I tried to heal in this last time we played, and it didn't work because I had to get completely naked. Are you fucking serious? I have to just like get completely naked. Is that gonna work?
Cognition low.
All right, there we go. Anyway, I was thinking this thing didn't work because we didn't have nitrogen, but the nitrogen is required if you want to like repair or bring a dead person back to life. I don't think we need it to heal, so I'm hoping we can jump in here and get some healing done. Although I'm not sure this is working right now. The idea is you go into this cryo chamber and you take a nap, and then it should heal the lung damage that we have so that we don't hear the heavy breathing anymore. But looking at the right side of the screen, I can see that the lung damage is still there. I'm not seeing any healing. He's unconscious, but nothing is happening. So I'm not sure if we can make this work. Also, am I trapped? How do I get out of here? What the fuck? Let me go. uh, I was just talking about save scumming. I think I'm trapped in here. Let me go, dude. What is this? Alright, well, that's an immediate death. Anyway, I'm thinking what we can do, maybe not, is get this configured to heal the dude, but not revive the dudes, so that we can at least get that heal done. Let me try and see if I can get it working. If we remove, what do we need to do? Anything here? It's saying it's not working, so it wants the liquid nitrogen. But we shouldn't need liquid nitrogen. If I delete one of these, will that do it? We've got the input and output, is it? I'm not sure exactly how this is working. I feel like I need to move it so we can see more clearly. Alright, well that failed immediately, never mind. We'll try that later maybe. We're gonna just deal with Breathy Boy for a bit. Alright, anyway, we got the trader working last time we were here. We collected a little bit of food, we bought some water and put that into our system so that we can now drink water. This is a somewhat limited supply currently, but we can keep trading for more. So that's a pretty good spot to be in. Let's see. What next? What else did we do last time? Last time we also got all of the mods upgraded for the, what do you call it? For all of our construction things out here. Let's go ahead and just head out now that we're fully watered and fooded. We're gonna pump that to vacuum, walk out into our vacuum area. So last time we got the stations all upgraded to the better versions that allow us to craft all of the recipes if we want to. That's good. These are very necessary and immediately gave us some upgrades with better mining tools, better belt. And this will allow us to start moving into the later game a bit. Over here we've got our trader station, got the little landing pad set up out there with a nice big satellite dish that can be remote controlled using these dials, programmed using our fancy assembly computer. Okay, so this time I'm thinking we want to keep progressing. We might need to keep trading. We need to collect money and food and water. Our current survival method is just food and just trading basically. We have no way to generate oxygen, no way to generate food, no way to generate water, not yet. And we can't really get all those going until we get some heavy air conditioning going, since this is a super hot planet. And if we start turning on grow lights and adding heat to the system, it's going to be problematic immediately if we don't have anything to deal with that. So this time, I'm thinking I want to start with, at least, I don't know what we're going to do exactly, but I'm going to start with maybe improving our equipment a little bit if we can. And I want to improve the forge. We've got a little furnace here, which is connected to the outside air and has done really well for us so far. This is the hot air in Vulcan's enough for us to craft pretty much everything that we need. And it's full of volatiles, combustibles, so that if we cook some gold or silver, then that will add oxygen to the mix, create fuel, and create heat, so we can use that to generate more heat for higher pressure, higher heat stuff. But overall, this setup is pretty basic. This is not great. I want to do something similar to this, actually. Almost the same, where we're accessing the hot air during the daytime and the cold air at night. Options for that. But I want to collect all those so that we can just use it whenever. So like if it's night, we don't have to pay attention to the time of day. We'll be able to just do crafting stuff without having to think about it. So that's kind of what I want to work towards. I want to get a better furnace set up so that we can have an advanced furnace that has more custom controls, and then we can use that to do all of our cooking and not be so attached to the time of day. So that's where we'll start, I think, with the supply of food and water we were able to purchase in our last time playing this game. Alright, so let's take a look at that. What do we want? Advanced furnace. I think that is... Is that here? Arc furnace, no. Is that over here? Advanced furnace. Alright, what does this take? Gold, copper, steel, electrum, solder, silicon. Alright, let's load some stuff in the thing. Alright, how you doing? Steel, gold, solder. Alright, so we're going to need to do some crafting. We've got some steel here if we need it. Alright, can we do any smelting or anything? Anything to do during the daytime here? What do I want to do? We need solder. Do we have lead? We have lead. Okay. Lead and iron. Solder is just 50-50. Lead and iron at a low temperature, right? I don't remember. Let's look. It is even lead and iron, 1 megapascal. Very low temp is the thing. Okay. So I think we might be able to craft this right now. Looks like this guy's empty. Let's just throw some stuff in. We'll add some air from the outside. Maybe shut this guy. Okay. Throw that in. Get these guys melted. And it is too hot. Ooh, it looks like lead puts out hot gas. This is releasing nitrous oxide, which is going to create fuel in here, which will combust, bringing that temperature way up. Okay, so let's let that out. Turn that on. Turn it off. Let's just get rid of that hot air. And then we can collect some air from the outside. And it might also be beneficial if I just drop this stuff, then we'll have to heat it up again. So let's empty the furnace, throw these guys back in, and then when we add some hot air from outside, it's immediately going to get colder as it heats these guys up. Alright, good enough. Off, in. It should cool it off. Still is extremely hot for that small amount of air. Let's get some colder air from outside. How's our temp? Too high? I think it's too hot already. We're getting into the part of the day where it's above 200 degrees outside. So this isn't really cooling it off. We're at 400 C. Alright, so we're going to need to wait till the night for that to finish. That's okay. What else to do? Let's see. So if I'm going to want to expand this platform, we're going to want to go out that way and then build a furnace area. So we're going to need some walls for that. We're going to need some floorboards. Iron frames are never going to get used again. Let's throw that into the abyss. We got a little bit of walls. All right, we've got 30-ish walls. We've got sheets is good. So we need steel frames. That's something we can do. Give me a bunch of steel frames. Let's throw in some steel, let that craft. Alright, I need to run ads, sorry. Have a couple ads. Alright. That's crafting. I think over here we're going to want a pump to fill up this liquid canister. Let's get a liquid pump. gotta fix that breathing so bad. This breathing's gonna drive me insane. Come on, rotate, 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 rotate. Are you fucking serious, dude? There it is. Is that the one? Nope. Can't I do... Oh, I can do this. Okay. I can use different buttons. There we go. Okay, that can't plug in there. Could do... This should be fine. Maybe not. Where do I put you? Do you have different variations? No. We'll figure out how to make this work. Let's clear the area. Okay, something like this should work.
Filter low.
Filter low, yep. Alright, that's the end of the starter filters. Come on now, let's try that again. Yeah! Into the abyss. Fall into the lava. Alright, so water comes in here. I think that we can wrap the pipe around this curved edge. Like that. Perfect. And then sneak underneath. Alright, that'll work. So we got power here now. Now this just needs to plug into this guy, which means let's take this off. Move this slightly. Can't go there, but we can go here, right? Okay. It's ugly, but it works. Put that there. Plug in the pipe. Alright. So now I can... Let's save just in case we blow this up. We need a little bit of water in this. So we got our system here, which has water. You can see we've got, what, 9 liters? Oh, that high FOV sucks for this. Ooh. That's, like, impossible to read. Gross. That sucks. Okay, but we got 8 liters in here. The whole system has, like, 70 liters or something. Anyway, we need some coolant for our air conditioner. So we can turn this pump on. And that's going to put some water into here. We're going to take our water, pump, like, 10 liters into this guy. So it's got some water to work with. Okay. You good? Let's get 10. I want to see 10. 10's perfect. Alright. Now we can take this into our room. Throw that in for coolant in our air conditioner. Run the air conditioner when we need to. Bring that temperature down. Going down from 23, 22C, 21C. Looking for about 20C is good. 20C. Alright. That's good. I'm going to save this. Let's play with this a teeny bit more while we're burning time during the day. What does it take to pull you apart? Drill. Take the drill. We're going to get rid of that. I'm going to look through the wall. And let's see if we can... If it makes it better if we remove one of these, maybe. Is this like input, output, maybe? I don't know. But let's see maybe if we remove this. I know this one's the input. So if we pull off that, is that going to work? Or did we just remove the output, likely? Alright, does that make you work? No cryogenics. Yes, I know. It's got air in there. Okay. I'm gonna. I don't think this is gonna work. I'm gonna save and try it again, just to see. But I'm like 90% sure it's gonna do the exact same thing and just trap me. Let's take a look. I save. I get naked. I get trapped.
Cognition low.
This isn't gonna work, right? We go unconscious. I see no healing. What is it? Q to get out? Q to get out? Okay. Q to get out. So that didn't work. Unsurprising. As expected. Still not working. I think we might have to have it fully plugged in for it to work for a cryo chamber. That's sad. I would love to be able to heal right now. I was hoping that we could. But it looks like nah. Alright, so it goes. We get dressed. How's my suit? Let's manage the air and stuff while we're here. Gonna add a little more oxygen to our suit. Where's the grabber? There it is.
Airtime critical.
Okay. We head back out. Pump to vacuum. Save that oxygen. Back into the vacuum room. Alright, that's a bunch of frames for us. Let's grab some steel sheets. Alright, and then some walls. Alright. What else do we want? More tools could be good. What do we need for tools? Upgrades, big upgrades. We improved the important tools already. We got the welder, we got the drill. I would love to get the goggles that let us see through the ground, but we can't do that until we have an advanced furnace. I think all of the more advanced hardpack stuff for getting, or hard suit. This is just a much, much, much better spacesuit. We have the basic spacesuit, which is super leaky and poorly insulated and has limited storage and makes you fly slow. So this would be good. Alright, one thing we can do is insulated tanks. We're going to need a whole bunch of insulated tanks, which mostly cost silicon. Give me some of those. And we're going to need a lot of those. Gonna need to throw some more steel in that, I think. And it's gonna need copper. Getting towards night. Can I do copper right now, maybe? Let's poop this solder. Let's run some copper through. Oh, I already had copper. Nice. That's fine. Let's run it all through. Oh, nope. Too cold now. Does that mean you'll work if you're nice and cold now? No, otherwise it would say solder. Temp too high. Need nighttime. Nighttime's about 10 seconds away. What up, viewer? Have some words. Hey to you, viewer. Alright, I'm going to open up the valve. We're going to let the air out. Let's turn this on. Start pumping air in. Let's reverse that, actually. Help empty it. Alright, one night. Okay, so we need a bunch of silicon. What did you need? Gold, easy. Solder, we're working on it. Silicon is here for tanks. Is this going to be too cold? No, it's perfect. There it is. Okay, so there's a solder. Turn that off. Split it real quick. There we go. Some solder can go here. Some solder can go here. We need gold as well, right? Gold is easy. Let's just throw some gold through. That should immediately combust and get hot, right? No? Do I need to turn you on? There it goes. Now it's heating up. That little activate is like put a spark in it. So it made fuel, and then we spark it to make it hot enough to cook the gold. There's 50 gold. Throw that in here. Let's start this advanced furnace, and then go out. We'll change the recipe so it doesn't build two. Let's go out and do some farming and some construction, maybe. I think I might want to change the music too. This music is too angry. Alright, so let's extend this a bit. I want to push it out like 3-4 more tiles. So we're just making space for the furnace, basically. Gonna want a little more room in here. Where is my welder? And we're basically only allowed at night right now. It's too hot during the day. We have no air conditioning and a very mediocre spacesuit that's very poorly insulated and will cause trouble. Let's get at least one into these frames so that we can travel here easily. Okay, let's get these two. Why doesn't that work? No switch. Come back. Alright, now we can walk here. Out of power. Could swap out the power for something else. Let's do this one's fine. Welder eats power. But power is no longer a problem. Just the three little solar panels we have, combined with the big station battery and sun tracking, are going to generate more than we need. Get to relax a little. Alright, so I'm thinking we'll call this good. We'll just blow this out a little ways. And then right over here, let's do some furnace-y things, I think. So this right here can be a furnace room. And then around it, we're going to need some space to run pipes and stuff. Leave these as one, just to make it a little clearer. Alright, now how about some nice walls? This is furnace room. Then we're going to want to have a wall. Going to want to box it in. Come on now. There it is. Alright. Okay, and I feel like, let's do some more windows. I like windows. ChatGPT tells me that the windows are not going to allow heat to come through. I was worried that solar radiation would cause trouble, but I'm not convinced that's the thing. So let's add a few more windows. Okay, and we're going to need a ceiling too. Okay. Here comes the sun. It's about time to run away. You can see in the bottom right the temperature rising. It's been about 150. Now it's just going up and up and up. We're going to go all the way up to like 600 or 700. Way more stress on the system. Okay, that's the start. You can fill that in more tomorrow night. Alright, turn that on. Get that hot air out of our vacuum room. Get back home. Safe in the vacuum, where there's no stress on our systems. Alright, so we need silicon to finish that. We need pretty much just silicon, plastic, and glass. Do we have those? I see a small amount of plastic. That's a good amount of plastic. We have a lot of plastic. Okay. That's probably enough plastic. That is not enough glass, and we need more walls. Wall. Let's get another 50 walls. Use those eventually. Here's our beautiful advanced furnace. Almost exactly the same as the regular furnace, but just can do more advanced recipes. There's also some finer control over the air going in and out, but we will pretty much do the same thing where the input and the output are linked to an insulated area, and it's just like free flowing between them. Anyway, we'll do that in a moment. We need to program that too. How about the batteries? I forgot I used all these batteries. Let's fill up some batteries. I do this one too. Yep. Okay. Don't think we need any more insulated pipes. Stack those up. Alright. What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need a new IC dude. We need to do some programming. That takes electrum. I think we might be out of electrum. Silver and gold for electrum. Got some silver there. Is that enough gold? Not quite. How about that? Nope, not quite. Okay, so we can't make electrum right now. Let's see, what else do we need? You made all the tanks you could. It wasn't a ton. We're going to need more of the insulated pipes. That's the thing to make. Make a bunch of those. How many tanks did we get? 1. They're super expensive. It's 30 per. We can at least start with a small tank, but I'd like to do the bigger tank, which takes, I think, 5? What's the count? Needs more. I think it's 5 insulated tanks to make this, but big insulated tank. So we'll have a giant insulated tank for hot air, and then we'll have a giant insulated tank for cold air, and those will just collect during the night and during the day at the peak and trough of temperatures, so that whenever we want those for furnace stuff, we can just flip a switch and have that pump in. That's the goal. What else do we need? How about a nice... what does it take to make a laptop? More electrum again. Do we have spare electrum in one of these? You got electrum? Anyone have electrum? No? Already used it all? In here, maybe? Well, look at that. That'll do. Okay. Let's throw that in here. Let's get a nice laptop. And then we can pull this apart. Stop using it. Alright, let's actually just throw this right into the storage area. Nope, that's wrong. There it is. Okay, you get picked up. I'm gonna keep that. Cannot pick this up. Do I have to kick it? Come on. Give me that. Give me. Give. Give! Nope. Okay. Okay. Progress. How's that laptop coming? Did you make the thing? Oh, no, you didn't, because I unplugged you and turned it off. Whoops. Let's try that again. So we're making a laptop instead of a computer to do the exact same thing of doing the IC programming, but now we can do it held in a handheld device instead of doing it through a static computer. So like while we're standing out there, we can on the fly pick it up and make some changes and put it right back. It's gonna make life a little easier. Computer's coming. Got pipes crafted. I'm fighting a big sneeze right now. Oh, I lost. Excuse me, I'm exploding. Feels explodey. Alright, here's our beautiful laptop.
Caution.
Beautiful laptop gets a programmable chip, or programmable motherboard. Okay, we're gonna want an IC chip for our logic on the furnace. So we're gonna need 2 IC chips. We're gonna need an IC chip, and we're gonna need to program the furnace. We're gonna need another IC chip to program the air collection out there. As well, I think we needed more frames just to make some, what do you call it? We just need like floor out there to house our air collection. All the airs that we're gonna have for the furnace. Alright, what am I looking for? Floors. Steel frame. Give me some more steel frame. You can put a battery in here. We're running out of batteries. Could use another large battery or 2. This goes in here too. Let's get another. We can do nuclear batteries. Not yet though. Not until we have more advanced resources. Okay, that's gonna make 2. It's gonna make 2 batteries. Out of power on our light. Swap that out. Okay. Now it'll make 4. And how are we doing? Midday. How's the dude? Getting hungry and thirsty? Not terribly so yet. Alright, what about trading? Let's keep an eye on trading. I'm going to turn on the satellite dish. We can take a look here to see what are the things in the stuff. We got this hydro dude. That sounds like water. Can interrogate that real quick, I guess. I don't think we can't afford to buy anything right now. So I'm looking in particular for a, like the, what is it? The material vendor-y dude. The guy who will buy just like basic materials, things like steel or iron. That's going to generate revenue for us. And then we want to give money to this hydro person, I think. So we'll take a look, but I'm pretty sure this guy's got nothing for us. Can we look around and see anything else? Let's adjust the satellite dish here. Let's see. We'll play with the horizontal. We're at about a mid-level for horizontal. Let's go this way. Sure. Fuck it. Whatever, dude. And see what else pops up. How's the strength on this? 5. I'm going to turn that down. That's draining power right now. And our power is out. Actually, let's not do that. We're fucking out of power. We might need to throw another satellite or 2 on this. But all the crafting I've been doing, plus keeping all the machines running, takes a little energy. Plus dumping all of the power. That's what it is too. All these new batteries are now charging fully. So whatever battery we have stored is just getting slurped into these guys, as well as running the machines. What about a nice power? We need more power. What about a nice solar dish? The solar panel heavy we want to do as soon as we can, but that takes astrology. This is the exact same thing as the solar panels that we have up there right now, except it can survive a storm without taking damage, which is a very large improvement. It doesn't need any micromanaging after you get it all up and running. So we can't afford that until we have the better furnace. Let's just do a basic solar panel, which is called solar panel. Needs more gold. Gold is cheap. God, I want to fix this breathing so bad. The breathing hurts me. Breathing hurts me in my soul. Are you good? You cooking? You're cooked. This is going to create one solar panel. Can we get 2 solar panels maybe? 2 solar panels coming up. Alright. I'm going to drop these resources for now. What do we actually need here? I'll keep the glass. We're going to need cables and wires. I think we have almost enough of those. A few more cables would be good. How's that power? Down at like 10-20%. Oh, totally out now. Totally out and draining from here and not charging these at all anymore. All good. 2 more solar panels should help. Alright, did we get frames? We need some frames. We need some steel to weld the frames. We need some cables to plug in the power. We need the solar panels to finish. We got 1 done, second one's coming, and then let's make some more cables once that's done. And it is probably almost night, getting closer. So we can head out then, build the solar panels, and get some farming. Let's try and fill up a bag or 2 with resources. Speaking of a bag or 2, it can be useful to have a backup mining belt. But that comes from the other device. Whoops. This guy. Belt. Mining belt Mach 2. Steel and Constantan. Where's Constantan? Steel. Give me 1 more of those. How are we doing? You making things? Make things. Okay. Turn that off. Big sun. I've got an idea. I've got things to do. Let's manage the dude. He needs food and water and stuff. Pull off the suit. Dump the hot air. Fill up the gas tank. And eat and drink. Oh, it's 25C in here already. Interesting. Cool off. $22. $21. We're just dumping that heat into the water that we filled a moment ago. Okay, that's all good. We ate, we drank, we got food, we got water, we made room in our tank for things and stuff. Everything good here? Yep. Let's close this. Pump that air back into the breathing room. Okay. And out here. Also, I noticed my suit is lowish on energy, so let's swap that out. Very good. Grab these cables. It's almost time to go outside. Let's give it just a few seconds. It's probably like 300C outside right now and dropping rapidly. Almost ready. Snooze the ads as much as possible always. Fuck advertisements. Advertisements are the worst. Okay, I'm heading out. I'm gonna save just in case. Let's move out. It is 177C. That's fine. No problems there. Let's go ahead and improve our solar power. Can I put that here? Is that gonna work? With the wires and everything? No problem? Okay. I'll do it. What did I do? 2 solar panels. So let's put down some frames. Okay. That's all alright. We need to weld this. Okay. Solar panels go here. We'll just orient them the exact same, which is this way. Power on one side, automation on the other. We will get the automation ready from here with the low watt wire, since that's not doing a whole lot of work. This is just for orienting the solar panels, making them point the right direction. Let's get that done over here. I'm going to save the last wire so that we can do it when everything is totally done, which is about 10 seconds away. But when I plug that in, they're going to adjust and shove me off the roof, is what I'm thinking. Alright, so this goes this way. Oh shit. That's fucky. I'm going to do some grossness here. Gross. Just free floating wires. Don't look. It's gross. Don't look. I feel gross. Ew. Alright, so that's plugged into the main power line. These guys have power. They have the same automation almost, and then they need to be finished with glass. Okay, let's check on these. No damage, 100% health, good. Let's go ahead and get this guy done, and then it should shove me. No? You're not working? You should work. Oh, they might have changed the logic so that it doesn't... No, it's out of batteries, isn't it? That's what happened. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. So this guy drained its own batteries, just like rotating at night. That's not great. We might want to adjust our programming logic here so that it doesn't run at night and drain the batteries. It only runs during the day. That's like 2 lines of code. That's probably worth doing. I'm gonna do that right now, I think. Let's take a look at you. You have solar radiance. Is it 0? Okay. That's the stat we'll use for figuring out whether it's day or night. Alright, so really quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and reprogram this guy, because we can just pause. Okay, so we'll open that up. We'll go edit. We'll go pause. Oh, actually, we go import, edit, pause. All right, so we're pausing the clock. What we got here? Here's our program that we have for doing light sensors. We got our lights, or for doing our solar panel. We got the light sensor here. We got our solar panels defined. We've got our variables. We're gonna add one more variable here. We're gonna have alias v is day is gonna be our 13. Okay. Is day is gonna be so we're gonna load v is day. We're gonna load into the variable is day during our variable loading function here. The D light sensor. The logic type was what? Solar irradiance? Okay, so that works. So this is gonna be 0 at night. Otherwise, it's going to be some value. So we could even set it to a Boolean 0 or 1. We'll say set greater than z. Does that work? Yep. V is day. V is day. So at night, when this is 0, it's going to be 0. During the day, when it's greater than 0, even if it's like 0.1, then it's going to be 1. If it's 10, it's going to be 1. Set greater than 0 is just, if this is greater than 0, then it'll be a 1, otherwise 0. Okay, so now we have an isDay variable that is tracking whether or not it's day. Let's see. So let's say... I'm going to hard code. So we're going to hard code the angles at night. So we will say, let's see. All right, I'll explain this in just 1 second. This is going to be, let's see. So, BREQZ. What the fuck does that mean, you say? That's a good question, person on the internet. This is branch relative if equal to 0. BREQZ. Branch relative equals 0. So we're saying if the branch relative is basically like skip some number of lines if a condition is met. So we're going to say if isDay is equal to 0, then we're going to skip 2. Or that's inverted. So we want branch not equal to 0. So that's branch greater than 0, right? Okay. So we're going to say branch greater than 0. If isDay is greater than 0, then skip the next 2 lines, is what this is saying. So during the day, when isDay is 1, we're not going to do the next 2 lines. And the next 2 lines are going to be just hard coding the vertical value and the horizontal value. So I think the vertical is actually okay the way it is. If we look at the dishes, they're already pointed relatively low in the sky, which is defined vertical, but the horizontal is off. So let's just do 1 then. We're going to skip 1 line, and we're going to hard code right here. We're just going to move into the horizontal value. And I remember 270 is about where the sun is in the morning when we were managing the solar panels by hand at the very beginning of the save. And I remember 270 is right at where the sun is, more or less, during sunrise. So, again, branch relative greater than 0 is day 1. If it is day, we will skip this line and just continue with our functionality. Otherwise, if it's night, like right now, and that's 0, then it should replace and hardcore the horizontal value with 270 and get it ready for the morning. So basically the idea here is the moment it's night, the moment it's completely dark, all the solar panels are going to rotate totally to face the sun in the morning, so that in a condition like right now, when they're facing the wrong way at night and we run out of batteries, when the sun comes up right now, they're going to be pointed the wrong orientation, and they might not work. They might not be able to generate enough power to rotate themselves to generate 100% efficiency. So this should avoid that. Even if the power totally drains, the moment the sun comes up, they're all going to be at like 100%, and then they're going to orient to 100%, if that makes sense. So this should save power during the night and set us up for the day, unless I fucked it up, which is extremely likely. Let's go ahead and save this. We're going to overwrite our solar panels. We're going to confirm. We're going to export into this guy. So now this thing's programmed. Okay, shut that. Take it home. And then all we need to do is let's add some power here and see what happens. I could be wrong. This might not work correctly. The solar irradiance might be the wrong value to be playing with. But in theory now, if we swap out the batteries, these guys should rotate. Let's see if they go to the right spot. Okay, that is exactly the wrong spot. Come on, are you serious? I mean, it's fine, but the horizontal value is wrong. Okay, so 270 is not what we want. 270 apparently is going to be the exact wrong direction, so we need to rotate it around. What is the opposite of 270? It's gonna go all 270s like almost here, so it's gonna be like 30 or something, or 60. Let's try like 60. What's 60 look like? Or I can even go manually play with them and get it oriented in the right spot, and then see if that works. Let's try that. Does that work? How's 60 look? We'll just play with it like this. That's fine. So you can see it's actually taking a pretty large amount of batteries just to rotate these dudes. How's 60? Are we good with 60? 60 is closer. What about even less than that? What about like 30? 20? Nope, worse? Interesting. Alright, fuck it. Let's just do 60. 60 is okay. I don't know what you're thinking, but that's good enough. Okay. Let's go do a little farming. We'll call that good for now. They're oriented towards the sun more or less. When the sun comes out, they'll finish orienting the last couple degrees to be exactly where they should be. I'm going to call that good. I want to get some farming done before we're trapped inside for the day. I'm going to save real quick just in case I screw up and die while I'm out and about. And let's look for silicon in particular. I need a lot of silicon if we want to do the big containers. I want to say they're five large tanks each. Each large tank is 30. 30 times 5 is some unfathomable number. We're gonna need like 300 silicon to make a couple tanks. But the big drill is much better for this. Able to farm much faster than we have been all game up to this point. Are you lava? You look like lava. If we touch that, we die. Cool. Try and save some jetpack here since we have no way to refuel it currently. That's another thing that we'll be able to get from having a collection of air during the day and the night. We can just plug that directly into the jetpack and get some basic jetpack power. And then we can zoom around as much as we want without having to think about it anymore or worry about running out of fuel in the jetpack, which could be problematic in the early game. You don't want to run out. Now remember, we were out of copper too. Might as well. We're gonna need everything always, so sure. And there's the sun. I spent more time than I expected playing with solar panels. That was a really short night, wasn't it? I went out like right at night. Okay, well I'm gonna let the temp rise just a little bit before we head inside. We might just do small tanks to start. I want a big tank, but small tank will do. Looks like we managed to farm like one during the night. Alright, and we should check on the solar panels too, to be 100% sure that they're working. Now that it's day, they should be rotating correctly. How you doing? Are you pointing at the sun? You look like you're pointing perfectly at the sun. Are you rotating or are you locked in? Is the solar radiance up? Solar radiance is 99, so you should be moving. But I don't see you moving, right? You just chilling? Pointing the wrong way and chilling? It's 60% efficiency? Okay, so this isn't working. Solar radiance isn't working quite right. Pause. Let's see, branch if greater than 0. So we're loading is day is the daylight sensor, solar radiance, which should be like 999 or something. Set greater than 0. So this should just be a 1 now. Branch relative if greater than 0 is day 1. So theoretically it should be skipping this and not doing this overwrite. And then the horizontal value should be changing. I'm not sure why that's not working. For now, let's just comment it out so that we don't break our shit. I'll take a look at this in a minute. But we're just gonna remove our branch and our hard code and negate all of the work that I just did so that these guys will track properly during the day and we're not gonna run out of power or have issues. You can debug that later. Alright, turn off the lights, open this up, and I remember I emptied the power on this guy, so let's swap that out. Alright. So now with the two additional solar power there, we didn't get the programming working quite like I wanted. But we still have a lot more power management, and they're still tracking the sun okay, so this is good. Let's see. I'm gonna throw this down and open it up and edit, and we'll go ahead and just save this for now. For our solar panels. Okay. Alright. Now that it's daytime, it's cooking time. We cook Jesse. I need just plain old copper would be good. We can just throw some copper through. That's something to do. Let's open this up and turn this on. We'll just keep the air from outside pumping through. That should work for us. We cook the copper. We can store the coal. Maybe store the iron. Maybe make some more of the steel soon-ish. I want to make silicon. For silicon, we're going to need to get high temperature later in the day, I think. So we can kind of get that started. We'll probably not finish it. Looks like this one's struggling a little too. Let's give it a minute. How you doing? Are you cold? Why are you cold? Don't be cold. There it is. Alright, plug this in. Open that up again. Let's just get it all melted. Now we can raise the temperature later. Alright. How we doing? Good, cold. Are you on? You're on. What happens if I close you? Temp goes up, but still too low, right? Bringing that temperature up. It's getting to the hot part of the day. Takes a while to bring up the temperature of the material in the furnace, though. Pressure's getting higher. We'll let some pressure out. Temperature stops moving. But we'll have less cold air to be cooling off the furnace when we close it again. So we let it empty for a minute. Oh, and I didn't think about this, but when we open this valve, I think it's going, this fan is on, and it's just going straight out. It's going in and out. It's not entering the furnace at all. I thought it was like going through the furnace, but it is not. So let's even switch that to outward, so it'll help empty it. That explains why that wasn't working. I would expect if you're just passing the air through, that should be increasing the heat, but it's not doing anything. Just basically, it needs to be shut for anything to happen. Alright, there we go. Now the temp goes up. Light turns green, out comes silicon. Turn this off. We can break that up if we'd like, but it's all going to go in here. I'm just going to throw it in there. Alright. So we got a couple more solar panels. Power's looking better. How are you doing? You filling? You're at 2 notches, which is not great. Let's let that fill for like... yeah, it might be okay now, actually. I was thinking I want to do that trading like I was saying. So let's take a look at that. Cosmic cuisine is food. I'm going to run out for just one moment during the heat of the day to talk to this guy and probably just tell him to leave. But let's see what this guy's got for us. You're selling... Oh, you're selling seeds! I want those. I cannot afford them. And then you want to buy water and carbon dioxide, which I cannot afford. So off you go. We can collect carbon dioxide from this environment, but we can't cool it off. It needs to be like 20 to 30 C, I think, something like that, for them to buy it. So that guy goes. Cosmic Cuisine, I'm sure, is going to be a similar case, where he's basically got nothing for us. So let's try a different angle. Let's go this way a bit. Let that thing turn. Turns very slow. Let's see what else pops up. This guy. Fuck yeah, this guy. This is the one I was looking for. It's 3x3, so that's not great. He's going to have lower quality stuff. But we could probably just sell him a couple stacks of iron or silver or whatever. So that one seems good. I'm going to turn this up a little so it stops turning. You done? Nope. Turns slow. Oh, the space alloy, dude. Oh, it's 6x6. This one's the perfect one, but it's one slot larger than we can afford. Our landing pad is only 5x5. Okay. Whatever, dude. I don't want to spend time fixing that for now. So we'll do that. We'll bring them in. I'll turn this off to save power. Hopefully power is still going up. A little bit idle. Alright, and then this trader dude's coming in now. How are we on sunlight? Midday. And we'll go take one peek real quick. Let's see what you got for me, guy. Hello, my friend. You're a smiley boy. Alright, he wants to buy a hard mining backpack and oxygen. Ooh, and a hard backpack that we can't do. I actually could sell him the chocolate bars. But no, I think we want to just do the one mining bag, and then we might want to buy oxalite. So, let's see. First off, the hard mining pack. Can we get one of those? What's that take? Silver, steel, and Invar. I think we've got Invar, right? There's some Invar. Perfect. So we can sell one of these and get a little bit of money from this guy. That's something. If we buy oxalite, oxalite is... Oxy? Is that it? Show me the oxalite. Oxalite? No? Come on now. What the fuck? Where's oxalite? There we go. Oxite. I see. So this is ice. This turns into oxygen and a small amount of nitrogen. And it's very cold. It's ice. So what we can do is we can just, if we buy this, we can just throw it into our breathing room. And it will just dump oxygen in there. And a little bit of nitrogen. Which isn't a problem. That's just like an inert gas. Nitrogen is actually very useful later game. The oxygen, you don't want to have an atmosphere that's like pure oxygen, because if you add a teeny bit of volatiles, then that immediately turns into fuel and can cause explosions and trouble. It's like highly explosive. So you usually want to do like a small amount of oxygen in your atmosphere, and then have like the bulk of the atmosphere just be nitrogen. As long as you have enough oxygen to keep your dude alive, the nitrogen will serve as like a buffer to prevent any sort of explosions, to prevent that fuel from combusting and causing trouble. So having some nitrogen in the atmosphere isn't a problem. However, if we pump that into the oxygen tank that we're breathing, we need to filter that out. Otherwise, it's going to collect within our suit, since it's not being filtered out. Only like 1% of the air coming in will be nitrogen, but we'll breathe all the oxygen, it'll turn into carbon dioxide and be filtered, and that'll just build up until there's enough nitrogen in our helmet that we can't breathe anymore. So that's one thing to keep track of there. But just generally speaking, if we make some oxalite and we throw it in our room, that's going to be really helpful. So that might be a thing that we want to do. And if we do that, then we can probably expand our base a little bit and just like make some more surface area or more area for the breathing room to hang out in. So that's not a bad idea. We're also not in a huge crunch for that right now. We're pretty okay. Not sure if I want to do that. We've got oxygen. Let's see. For sure, we're going to want to sell that hard pack, though. Ooh, look how much it holds. But you can't use a jetpack with it, so bye. Alright, what are we doing? What's happening? I'm chilling and waiting for the sun to go. I'm scared to go outside during the day forever. Yep. How's our power? 3 notches. Going up. Could conserve power, but we're entering... Once you have enough power, you stop micromanaging turning stuff on and off all day. Not going to need that for long. Alright, let's see. Spray paint. Spray paint is a thing. We can color. I'm gonna paint this guy pink. Give me one wall. Need some plastic. Okay. Alright, so I'm making one wall there. I'm painting that thing pink. We now know that we can destroy the pink box, the pink block, and that's not going to cause any trouble. So we can expand this room and then remove this wall when we're ready to let the air blow out a little bit. I'm just thinking if we collect the oxalite. So right now there's 3 tiles that we have, right? 3 1x1s, and that's causing 80 kilopascals of pressure. We're not looking to break like 100. That'll make plants angry. The dude doesn't like it as much. He likes to have a little bit, around 1 atmosphere or less is usually what you want for this dude. So, we want to have more space in here if we're going to dump any more air in this room is what I'm thinking. Expanding to have more surface area or more boxes in our breathable room is going to lower that pressure. And then it also makes the ratio of like airlock to the rest of the room lower. It's going to be 1 room of airlock, 1x1 of airlock, 3x1 of our breathable space. So when we close the airlock and move out and all this air gets pumped in, the pressure will be lower. Right now when we leave this room, the pressure is probably like 120 kilopascals or something, which will make plants angry. So that's kind of... more space is useful, that's what I'm thinking. And then less angry plants is good eventually. But I just want to make some space for the oxalite. We're going to manage the dude, do some eating and some drinking. Emptied the suit, fill it up with air again. Just take the suit off for a second to help with stress. 23C is fine. Could run the AC a bit, but we don't really need to. And it's getting dark soon, so we need to move out. Alright, that's off. Turn this on, put that back. Blah. Blah. Alright, pump the vacuum, go back into this space. That's our pink wall. So this is the one that we can destroy. I think if we do break this wall, that it's going to cause a big leak right now. I'm not sure that there is a tile we can even see. There's not a tile below this. So this will mark it for the outside as well. Let's make sure we're ready so that when we open this or remove this, it's only going to release a small amount of air into this area instead of just blowing a hole in our base and immediately dumping the base in. Okay, for that we're going to want very little. Want this guy, maybe another wall if we can. Let's grab some walls. Let's get outside now that it's nighttime again. Alright, I needed silicon. Silicon in particular. We can do a little bit of trading. I'm going to say I will sell this guy so that we have a little bit of money. We will buy oxalite. Which we can buy, what, like 100 oxalite? It's 50? Ooh. Let's save a little bit of money. Okay, I'm going to do that. We still have 50. Okay. And then we can use that later. Alright. And then I tell you to go away. I don't think there's anything more to sell. We already sold everything here. There's nothing else that we can really sell. Can't do a hard suit. Can't do oxygen. Can't sell that chocolate, I don't think. We might be able to... I think I have 4 chocolate bars. I don't want to sell them. Okay, you go away. Real quick before we mine. We set up this pink dude. Pink dude's gonna need a floor here. Okay. Pink dude's gonna need walls here and here. Okay, those need to be filled in with plastic. Alright, and now this spot is ready for us to open it up. And it'll add 1x1 of air into the system, which is not a problem. Okay. We'll just pump that out using the pump we have in our airlock at the front door. let's go ahead and look for silicon in particular. I'm going to save in case I make some mistakes. Turn on the flashlight, go zoom in. Zoom, zoom. I see white nodes. White nodes is silicon. Oh, you're cobalt. Trickery. You're silicon. We're lava. Don't lava me, bro. My one weakness is lava. When the interview asks, what's your greatest weakness? Lava is a good answer. Bullets. Bullets and lava. I don't need cobalt. Why am I getting cobalt? We're gonna need cobalt someday, but I don't need cobalt. Alright, so I said like 300 silicon. Got 150 already. This is another 150. We're gonna need more than that for all the pipes and everything, I'm sure. All that's gonna just disappear real fast. Just get as much as we can. This is a good haul. Lots of silicon fast. What else do we need? Not much right now, I don't think. I'm sure we'll need something soon enough. Alright, now we can use the second mining bag here. Keep mining. I think we actually do need iron. Iron will help us make steel. Here comes the sun. Let's not stay out too long. Temperature's climbing. I forgot where I live. There? There? Where do I live? Uh-oh. That's important. Just getting as much as we can. Alright, enough. Home. Dude. It's just a never-ending stream of Linkin Park, no matter how much I downvote it. Jesus Christ, Spotify. Why do you love Linkin Park so much? Did they bribe you? What's going on? Much better. Alright, we're home. Pump the hot air out. Okay, so I'm going to leave this on. We're going to open this up. I'm going to save in case this goes wrong. Let's try and blow this ball out like I was saying. So we can just wrench it away. It's going to release a bunch of air into this area. No? Ooh, they patched that. Cool. Okay. There we go. And I can actually look at these finally. What am I looking at? That goes there. I need the drill for this pink dude. Right? Is it drill? What do you do? Angle grinder. That's the one. Okay, and then pink dude goes to space. This is the iron frame. We're never going to use this again. Alright, so we made more space. Now we're almost ready to blow out that wall. We need one more wall right here. I'm going to make this a window, because windows are nice. Let's do that. Give it a little bit of glass. Alright, there it is. Okay, so now that space is ready to open up. Oh, and real quick, we don't need to be running this. Let's save a little bit of power. That's good. Did I tell this dude to depart? I did. Anything interesting on the satellite dishes? Smelter dude. Fuck yeah, smelter dude's good. Good. Let's turn up the power a bit. And call you in. That's gonna take a minute. Alright, back here. I'm gonna save just in case, but we should be able to just pull this out. And then again, angle grinder, I believe. Okay. That's a little in the way. But we have space now, and the pressure drops to 63. We should still be good to breathe in here. Yep. Alright, cool. We're chilling. Eat cake. Delicious. Eat cake, drink water. Alright, and how about you? Can I look at these now? It still doesn't say, like, what these are. That's annoying. Alright, fog 'em. I'm gonna leave you as is. We'll slowly expand this space, and eventually we're gonna want to expand so that everything that we hang out in is oxygenated. Basically, when we get home, we'll take our suit off at the door. It'll automatically manage all the gases and everything and charge the suit for us. And then we can be out of the suit whenever we're doing stuff and things. Alright, I'm gonna close this. We're gonna put the suit on. We're gonna pump to vacuum. There it is. Turn that off. Alright, that works. Let's bring this guy into land. Turn the thing off so it's no longer sucking power. Alright, and maybe some smelting. Let's get rid of some of this stuff for now. Just empty our inventory. I'm gonna keep these. One of these, I'll put that there. Probably in the journal as to what the inputs are. Yes. I think it's input and output. I've done both and it didn't work. There's supposed to be like a liquid input somewhere. Maybe I got it backwards and that one's supposed to go the other side. Let's try that. You're right that I should look at the cryo. I think I did look at the cryo chamber input, and I didn't get much info there. Do you say what this is? It doesn't say. Okay, let's try this. What's this do? Maybe it's like this one's nitrogen, and this one's normal air. I'm really not sure. Is this gonna get angry? It is. It's saying no breathing gas network. That's not good. So the breathing gas is not working, and then it still wants the liquid nitrogen. Okay. I don't know what to do with you, guy. I used to be able to use you with just the power of the air in the room. That used to be enough, but not anymore. That's okay. We can do that later game if we need to. I can just buy a pill to eat and get rid of the Healy thing, or the breathy thing. Well, I'll take a look though. You're not wrong. Cryo tube vertical. Do you say the inputs and outputs? Got a bunch of logic. Connection pipe input 1, liquid pipe input. They don't even have a liquid pipe input. I'm confused. Alright, this little charger sucks. We've got a better one. I'm just gonna throw that into space. And then I wanted to do some smelting while it's daytime. What do we got here for smelting? Got a whole bunch of ore, right? Put these up higher. Ah, yes, I wanted to do a shitload of silicon. That's the one. Let's just start plugging some silicon in. I'm just going to turn this on. It'll keep adding hot air. Bring the temp up. We can empty it later. I think we just need to cook all of this, basically. Just get rid of all the rest. I should be shift dragging here. That's my bad. Alright, we got everything in there. Pressure's high, temp is low. Let's let that air out. Turn this on to reverse. Just empty out all the air, and then we can add hot air in a second. And I need to run ads. It's gonna take a minute. What are we doing? I'm excited to talk to you guy. What do you have? Money. He has money. He's gonna give me his money. I just have to feed him some ore. Oh, I think that one might actually have some alloys we want too. I'm not certain, but that could be useful. Alright, close that. Flip the direction so that it starts filling. Temperature goes way up pretty quickly. A little slower than I'd like, but it's going. Let's flip to get rid of the colder gas. Flip again to bring in hotter gas. Temperature should rise a little faster. Oh, might not make it. Ooh, it's starting to go the wrong way. Yep, it's going the wrong way. Shit, didn't quite get it. Gonna have to wait until tomorrow, I think, or we can throw in some gold. Let's just do that. That's easy enough. Oh fuck, it's gonna do so much. Oh, it's so much. Oh, I regret my decisions. Oh. All right. You go through, and that'll make heat. Right? You get hot. Make hot. Is that enough hot? It's enough hot at least to get started. Let's throw through whatever silicon we can. Oh yeah, 800 C is plenty. Still good. Anything else we need to cook? Iron, maybe? Steel could be good. Let's do a batch of steel. If we can afford that. Okay, there's hydrocarbon. Then we need 3 stacks of iron. 1, 2... Oh, it's too cold. That's okay, though. Alright, let's do... Can I do another thing of steel? No. Not enough materials, maybe? Oh, we're good. There's... Not good? Not good. Almost good. Not good. That's okay. I will leave it. Oh, and you guys rolled away. Whoops. Alright, I will empty this guy. We'll turn it on. We'll flip it so that it goes into empty mode. Let's pump this thing to empty. And then tomorrow during the sunny time of the day, we can finish the steel. But we did get a ton of silicon. Dude, you rolled away far. Holy. Get over here. Get over here. Alright. Show me the tank. Insulated tank. This is gonna make a bunch of them. Cool. Alright. That's good. That's progress. Swap out some batteries. This guy's probably getting low. Not quite, but might as well. Okay. I don't know if we're ever going to need to open this again. Let's keep that one closed. Alright, how we doing? Getting dark. Got time to go outside again. The suit is all good. Alright, guy, what do you have to sell me? I can sell... Ooh, just raw ore is good. Good. Wants hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of everything. Okay, and he wants a box of muffins. She just literally wants, like, everything here. Anything super high value? Cobalt, I guess? Okay. So we just feed this guy ore, and then we're good. I save. Collect some more. Didn't it just play this song? I like this song. But I heard it about 30 minutes ago. You're struggling, Spotify. I think it's time for a new Spotify seed. Anyone got a good Spotify seed? Does anyone in the crowd like music? I bet at least 1 or 2 of you like music. Give me a seed. Listen to some music. No, you hate music. Hates fun, hates music. Just likes to sit there with a grumpy face. When do I get to die? Soon enough, I'm sure. Give it time. It's coming. Yes, wow, thank you. Enough noise in your brain. My brain won't stop talking to me. That's why you need the music. It distracts you from the words in your brain. Alright, get me out of here. is good. Alright, no one has opinions on music or they're too lazy to type about it. That's fair. I'm too lazy to type. I just lurk. Sometimes I say I am a cat. That's about as much as interaction as I'll do when I'm in another stream. It's important people know that I'm a cat. Alright, there's one bag full. Let's get the other one full. Oh, I'm very low on propellant. Sketchy. We need to get this thing going. Ooh, I'm listening. I like music. I'm not a huge fan of like rap and country generally, but just about anything else. Worst case, I turn on a seat and I don't like it and we turn it off. Not a big deal. Alright, we've basically filled 2 bags now. Can we do any construction during the night as well? I don't think I have anything on me. No, I do not. Gotta grab some materials we could throw in the walls. Or fill in the walls, I mean. All I need is walls are good. We need more walls, and then some glass. We need more glass than that. Plastic. We need more plastic than that. Can we do that? Can we craft things? I think you're gonna be empty, right? No silicon. 1 steel. Can't do a lot with that. All right, no problem. This poor breathing motherfucker can't stop breathing. You poor guy, I wish I could heal you. One of these traitors. One of these traitors will give me the pill, and then you can be healed. But until then, breathe on, brother. You're the breathiest boy who's ever breathed. Is this that new T-Swift? This feels like that new T-Swift. Alright, that's a little better. We got all the walls, more or less. We just need some plastic and a little bit of glass, and then we'll have bigger space here for our airlock, or for our vacuum room. We can put our furnace in here. Ooh, Roots or punk. I haven't listened to much punk. Oh, there's a bunch of sheets. Oh, that's plenty. Okay, what are we doing? I was chilling and needed to make some steel. This was running, pumping to vacuum. Turn that off for a second. We need to wait for the sun to get up into the sky a little further. Ooh, look, I can see where I breathe. I breathe in there. All right, what are we doing? Chilling. Take the tank, take the furnace. Give me more tanks. Got 5 tanks here, got 2 tanks there. What do you need for tanks? Steel. Okay, working on steel. And still plenty of silicon. Good. What do we only need 10 tanks. We already are at 8. 2 more tanks, and then we can do 2 large tanks for the hot air and the cold air. Okay, we've got the IC chip in the housing to do the collection. We need a little more floor out there, and then we need to do some programming and some stuff and some things. All right, so let's we can do some programming maybe. Edit. Pause. All right, let's do some assembly. It's assembly time. All right, nerds, get ready. We're gonna do some code. Let's clear out all of the code basically for this and just get like a really basic, just a basic main loop and loading variables and call that good. Okay, we can delete almost everything here and then we'll overwrite these. So what do we got here? We're looking to make the air collection system for outside. So for that, we just need not much. We need our tanks to see the pressure in our tanks and whether or not we need to add more air to them. We need vents to be able to turn on to bring air from the outside, whether it's hot or cold. We need a sensor, a gas sensor outside to determine what the temperature is and whether or not we want to turn anything on or off. And then we need nothing, I think. That's basically it. Okay, so we're going to have D hot tank is going to be D0, alias D cold tank is going to be D1, alias D hot vent is going to be D2, alias D cold vent is going to be D3. We have alias D, is that it? No, D gas sensor is going to be D4. So that's all the inputs I was talking about. For variables, we're going to be collecting the temperature. So V temp is going to be outside temperature. And then we're going to have alias V hot vent is on. It's going to be some boolean to turn that thing on based on the temperature, which is going to be R14, the 14th register. Alias V cold tank is on, R13. Alias V hot tank pressure, R12. Alias V cold tank pressure, R11. Okay. All right, so here's all our variables, or all our inputs. Just the tanks and the sensor letting us know what's going on outside. We've got our temp. We've got whether or not we turn the vents on for hot tank vent or hot. Cold vent is on. Hot vent is on. Cold vent is on. Hot tank pressure, cold tank pressure. Okay. So based on the temperature and the pressure, we will turn on the vents. All right, and then we're going to want some constants. Define, what do you want? Min hot temp is going to be hot. What is it? It gets up to like 600 and something during the day, 650 Celsius. So you want to convert that into Kelvin. That's going to be an extra 273. So that's going to be like 920 or something. Let's say 920, which is about 6 something. That's not helpful. I'm just saying 920. And we're going to put a K there. I define max cold temp gets down to 130 or so. So 130 plus 270 is going to be about 400. Something like that. Is this about right? We'll see. I can go outside with just pull up my notepad and see what the temperature is. So this is oops. Whoa. What did I just do? Whoa, dude. Max cold temp is 400. This is 130C. This is about 650C, something like that. Okay, so here's our mid hot tank temperature. Don't turn it on until we're above this point. Max cold temperature. Don't turn it on until we're below this point. All right. I'm tempted to convert it into Celsius, so just use Celsius here. We could take the temperature minus 273 and have Celsius. Make this a little simpler. I think I'm going to do that. That's going to make code read better. So what did I say? We want to say we're above 650 C. Then I'm going to say this one is in C. It's in Celsius. I'm not going to make the attempt to spell Celsius and embarrass myself. It's a lot of letters. It's too many letters. Okay. So we're going to say the max temp is 650 C. Or the min hot temp 650 C. Max cold temp 130 C. Okay. So we've got our main loop. This is not doing anything right now. It's just going to loop forever. It's going to yield for 1 tick. It's going to jump to load variables where we'll compute our variables. And then it's going to loop. So what do we want to do here? We want to load variables. This is going to be, let's load the temp. So we will load into v temp is going to be the D gas sensor temperature. And then we're going to subtract, right? So that's just sub v temp. And then it's 273, I think. Convert to Celsius. What are we looking at? Whoa, this game has you write code? Yeah, dude, this is like the main draw. It's a bunch of assembly code. It's fun as fuck. This is the only way assembly code is interesting, is when you're using it in a simple game instead of trying to do complex problem solving. You can do a lot of stuff. Okay. So we're going to convert this to Celsius. So we've got the temperature now in Celsius, and we can keep working with that. Let's just make this as subtract, right? Yeah. Register is equal to A minus B. So we load the temperature from the gas sensor into our vtemp register. We subtract 273 from our vtemp register to convert it from from Kelvin to Celsius. And it's like 273.3, I think, is like the exact amount. I can't recall. If anyone knows, you can let me know. I could also Google it. Probably have to Google it. Or ChatGPT it nowadays. But we're going to load this, and we also want to load pressures. So we're going to say load V hot tank pressure is D hot tank pressure. Load V cold tank pressure is D cold tank pressure. Okay, so we got the pressures, we've got the temperature, and now we can do some simple mathing to figure out what's going on there. All right, do I want to do that in the load vars, or do I want to do it in main? We could do it in load vars. That's okay. We'll compute all our variables here, and then main will just do the work to assign them properly. So we'll start off by saying, how do we want to do this? I think we want to set it to, I haven't done this branching logic in so long. I can't remember the cleanest way to do it. Let's start by defaulting it to true, and then we will turn it to false if it's a bad condition. And that way we can do like an and. Okay, so we're going to start by saying move v hot vent is on is going to be true. So we're just going to move a 1 into the hot vent is on. And then we're going to say branch relative if less than, okay, so this is going to be v temp min hot temp 1. And then we're going to say move v hot vent is on 0. And this is wrong. This is branch relative greater than. All right, so let's take a quick look at this. What we're going to do, we've loaded the temperature, converted it to Celsius. We've loaded the pressure for both of these tanks. we're going to start by saying the hot vent is on. We're going to say 1 to begin with, and then we're going to check and say, okay, if the temperature, or no, we do want to do less than, sorry. So we'll say if, branch if less than. If the temperature is less than the min hot temperature, then we want to set it to 0, right? So it is greater than. Okay, let's take a look at this again. So if the, no, wait. I'm getting this backwards. I'm freaking out. Sip of water. All right, we're looking to say if the temperature is below the threshold, then set it to 0. So if we are greater than the threshold, then we are going to skip this next line. So branch relative if greater than. If the V temp is above the min hot temp that we have as a constant, if we're above 650, then skip this. Otherwise, if we're below that threshold, then it's going to move V hot temp, or sorry, V hot vent is on 0. So I think this is correct. If we're below the threshold, it's going to turn it off. Okay, so that's one part. And then we want to make sure that we don't overpressurize as well. So we're going to say branch relative if less than the pressure, the hot tank pressure. And then we'll say, we'll add one more constant, define max pressure. And max pressure is going to be what? Let's do 40,000? Let's do 39,000. It's good. So this is like 39 megapascals. At 40,000, at 40 megapascals, then we start to hear the pipes sing. They'll start going and to be super annoying. So we want to be just below that threshold. And I think at 60,000 is when they burst and explode. So we're looking to fill up right to the point before they start getting loud and annoying. Just collect a bunch of air is the idea. Okay, so hot tank pressure, max pressure. Again, what did you just do? Is there no Apple Z or Control Z? What was I doing? Max pressure. I just fat fingered something. I don't know what I did there. That was weird. Okay, so all right, so let's take a look at this again. So we're gonna move hot vent is on 1. So we're gonna start by hard coding this to on. If the temperature is greater than the min hot temp, then skip this next line. Otherwise, if it's below, we're gonna turn it off. So go to 0. And then if the pressure is less than the max pressure, then skip this next line. Otherwise, we're going to set it to 0. So this should make sure that the temperature is hot enough and the pressure is low enough that we should have the vents on. So if we reach this point without switching, if we get through all of this without changing the hot vent, then we'll be able to turn it on, if that makes sense. Now we need to do the same logic for the cold vent. So we're going to say move the cold vent is on. That's going to be a 1 to start with. We'll say branch relative if it should be inverted less than. So V temp, max cold temp, it's going to be a 1. And then the same logic here for branch less than V cold tank pressure, max pressure 1. And then these do the move V cold vent is on 0. Move the cold vent is on 0. Okay, so almost identical logic here, except we're going to flip the less from greater than to less than. So if the let's see, branch relative if less than V temp. Yeah. So if the temperature is below the max cold temperature, then it's going to skip this and not turn it off. It'll keep the cold vent on. So it'll only turn on when it's cold enough. And then if the pressure is less than max pressure, it'll skip this and keep it on. So if either the pressure is too high or the temperature is too high, then the cold vent is on should go to 0. And then we're just playing with slightly different variables there. Looking at cold vent is on is what we're looking to set. Looking at cold tank pressure. And yeah, that's it. So with this, we should be, this is pretty much it. This will turn on or at least set the variables for turning on those vents at the right time of day based on the temperature. Okay. So now we've got our variables all set up. Let's go ahead and plug them into actually affecting the devices. So we will say, what is it? Set D cold vent on. V cold vent is on. Set D hot vent on. V hot vent is on. I'm going to move this up a line so it matches what's below. Okay, we might want to add some logic here. So we'll say V hot vent is on is going to be equal to the temp being greater than min hot temp and the hot tank pressure being less than max pressure. Similar logic here, just with cold being less than. It's been a while since I did this. This is feeling like I fucked it up. I'm pretty sure we're good. Okay. So I'll add some simpler logic. This is what it would look like in normal code. And this is what it looks like in assembly. There might be a more elegant way to do this. But that should more or less do it. Let's go ahead and save this. This is going to be called air collector. Or atmosphere. Atmo collector, sure. Good enough. Alright, so likely there's a bug here, but we can basically just like plug this in and see what happens. Confirm. Export. Okay, now I'll just hold on to that for now. So in theory, we've got the programming done. I also had paused the clock there, so nothing's happened daytime-wise. We're still morning. So that's a quick assembly code. Let's see, what do I want to do now? That's going to need to be plugged in. We're going to need vents, and we're going to need those hot tanks for crafting. So we just need to finish smelting stuff, basically, I think. Oh yeah, and I forgot, we want to like sell a bunch of shit to this guy. This guy wants to buy all sorts of things. We should pretty much sell him as much as we can. We need money, and he's easy money. It's worth going out and farming, and then just like dumping those resources into the credit card. So let's go ahead and get that one ready, and then we can sell him as much as we can. Keep the rest of the ore for ourselves. Probably should sell some of that cobalt too. Cobalt is that was worth the most out of all the resources here. Kind of hurts. This is a little bit of a rare resource. Why is it taking damage? I don't think it is. I think we're good. Alright. So there's a bunch of resources in there. We gave him some cobalt. I'm going to give him a little more cobalt. We need money. That's money. I'm going to go ahead and head out there and just sell stuff really quickly. Sell. 9999. 9999. No copper? Copper's one we can get. 9999. 9999. 9999. 9999. 9999. 9999. Alright, so we managed to get a lot of that. We still need nickel, tiny bit of lead, a lot of coal if we want, some gold, silicon, tons of copper if we want, iron if we want. I don't know if we need to do all that. That was a lot of money.
Air tank low.
We just got up to 2100. That's enough to buy some stuff and some things, particularly just buy a shitload of water. Alright. Okay, my dude's not happy. Air tank is low. Let's do Let's see if we could find... There it is. I was thinking, let's get this oxalite. At least some of it. Let's dump it into our area. So I'm going to vend. I'm going to grab it and put it in my inventory immediately before it starts degassing. I don't think it degassed at all. Oh, it wouldn't because we're in a vacuum here. Interesting. So since we're in a vacuum, this is just going to chill as ice. It's not doing anything. But if there's ever any atmosphere in this room, if there's ever any heat, then it would immediately heat up and melt and start degassing. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to save before this goes terribly, terribly wrong. We're going to throw it on the floor. You can see nothing's happening. But as soon as we open this door, it starts melting. And that's going out into the atmosphere around us. We can take a look here and see oxygen's going way up. Temperature's going down since that's melting ice. That even is likely
Jetpack low.
too much pressure. Oh yeah, that's way too much pressure. Okay. That was too much. Let's reload and just do like half or a quarter of that. That's good. That means we have reserve oxygen. We can just like leave that in the vending machine until we need it. At any time, we can just bring out some oxygen and dump it into our space. So let's do a little bit, but less than we just did. All right. I'm going to say split half. I can go right back in. We'll call this good. How's that? Is this still going to be too much? Likely. I don't know if we really even needed to do this. The pressure's going way up. And the ratio of... Where the fuck did that go? There it is. The ratio of oxygen to carbon dioxide is already pretty okay. Alright, I'm going to save scum one last time. I'm not even going to add any more air. Let's just leave it as is. We're okay. That's nice to have. We have a reserve of air. But I don't think I want to play with oxalite right now. If we could, like, expand that room. That's not a terrible idea. Also not necessary. I'm just going to put all this in here for now. Okay, forget that happened. We're not going to do that. Let's go ahead and head into our little housing area. We're about out of air, right? So let's manage the kit. We can dump some garbage gas into the environment, turn on the ACs, that brings the temp up, throw the gas into here to fill it up with air. We're only getting like 2 megapascals, 2,000 kilopascals here per drop into this tank. Another thing to do, not yet, but we can open this up all the way and empty the tank. And then we can start pumping the air in this room into like a breathing tank, basically. And then that will allow us to reuse the oxygen that went into the exhaust tank, since there's still tons of oxygen in this room. It'll also create our air tank. Instead of being 100% oxygen, it'll be like 30% carbon dioxide. So that's going to run through filters faster, but that's not really too problematic. And even then, like, the cold carbon dioxide will help to cool off the suit, which is nice. So that's a good thing to do. Gotta do ads. Do ads while I eat. Love cake. Cake is delicious. Alright, dude chills. Dude dances. Dude's got more room for dancing. Look at this. Oh my. Oh my. That is content. Okay. Back out. Poor breathing motherfucker. Can't stop breathing. Just loves breathing. Alright, it's midday. Let's finish cooking the steel. Is this already... Ah, there it is. Okay. Alright, so we cooked a little more steel, got that steel done, and then we need to cook a little more silicon if we can. Is this going to get too cold? You going to work? There's some silicon. Can we do a little more? Just thinking because we need to get glass in particular. Glass. Good. You're off, right? Yeah, you're off. How are you on steel? Out. Alright, give me another 50. We'll do 50 of the floor pads, basically. How are you doing? Are you done? How many is in here? 3. Turn that off. That's enough. This is full. This can go here. Alright, what else do we need? We're gonna need a liquid drain. No? Maybe? We're gonna need vents. Active vents, or we could do the big vents are good too. Electrum Invar. I don't know if we could do Electrum Invar. Do we have Electrum Invar? This is Electrum Invar. Ooh, I hate doing it, but I might. Just while we're hurting for mats in the early game. Electrum. Solder. That's not Invar. That's not Invar. Do we have Invar anywhere? I thought we had Invar. Did it roll? It did. Thinking I want big vents for this. We'll do 2 big vents. And how about that drain? Is this what I wanted? Do you do a drain? You do. Okay. I'll explain that one in a bit. Alright, there's 2 of those. We're gonna need electronic parts, I believe. That comes from the electrical boy. Part. Iron, gold, copper. Now we're gonna need a few of those for stuff and things. All sorts of stuff and things. We're running low on iron. Let's get some iron cooked. Do we still do that? Still hot enough? It's gonna get too cold momentarily, I think, but it looks like it's okay. Oh, there, it's too cold. Alright, turn that on. Flip it to exhaust. It's getting too late in the night. Okay, so we can't cook the iron, but we can go outside and do some crafting. We'll just let that pump. I think we can afford the power to have 1 fan going. Alright, what do we got here? So we're gonna do these big vents. Or these bigger, yeah, these bigger active vents. They just work a little faster. That's gonna pull in air for us. And then we have the big tanks for hot tank, cold tank. I have a drain. When we pull in the cold air during the night, it's gonna create really high pressure. Let's see. So it'll turn polluted gas. Pollution. Pollutant. Pollute. One of these. Here's the one. Okay. Pause real quick. So you can see when it's real cold, the pollution will become a solid. I don't think we'll ever reach that point. But there's a liquid state here. If you look at the pressure on the right, if we are at a high temperature, it's going to be like 130-ish right here. Then once we hit the pressure of 5 megapascals, that 5,400 or so, it's going to convert into a liquid. It's going to be too condensed. It'll convert into a liquid. So our gas tank is going to fill with liquid, which is problematic. We don't want that liquid. We just want gas. So I'm going to make a liquid drain on it so that if any liquid enters the system, it'll just get squirted into the atmosphere and we won't have to deal with it. That's the idea there. We've got some glass here as well. Alright, so let's run out there. Let's finish crafting our outside area. We can get this whole area done. And then we can pump the air out as well. Alright, you're done. I'm going to turn that off. Flip this back to inwards. I think it's dark enough now. Let's go. Alright, those are done. I should actually wait to finish this until it's cold and dark out. So we'll get it mostly completed, all the plastic done. Almost. And then we'll leave the glass out of a few of them for now. You can see the air is flowing out as it's getting colder. The hotter air in here is exhausting out of these holes. Alright, what else we got? We're going to do a advanced furnace over here. Is this right? Alright, like that. Okay. That takes electronic parts we don't have. That's no problem. I said we wanted to do frames. I think those aren't building. We can get those building. But let's see. We can do the tanks. I think we just throw them down. So we'll do big tank. Let's rotate this. Alright, so we can have a hot tank and a cold tank. Let's try and line them up, give them a little space. Okay. Then these guys will have fans, which are struggling without a frame. We'll need a frame for that. That's no problem. We'll do that momentarily. Progress. So we'll have a hot tank and a cold tank. Let's finish this room and then pump it to vacuum. Alright, is that it? I don't think so. Okay. I think that's done. We can double check with this. It should say room. It says room 54, which means this is a room and is not the outside. That's all we're looking for. We can now break that wall out. Break all the walls out even. Okay. That's all just flying into the vacuum room. Okay, so we turn on that vent. That's going to pump that air out. Okay. Progress. Let's just give this a few minutes. Can we keep constructing? Don't need that. Don't need that. Wanted you to do frames. Steel frames, please. Make a bunch of those. We have the electric components. Go into our... this guy, right? There it is. Oh, it looks like a storm just started. Cool. Good timing getting indoors. What else do you need? Welding torch, 5 steel sheets. And a screwdriver. Boom. We have an advanced furnace. It doesn't do anything right now. It needs to get plugged in. But this is just better furnace. It will allow us to do what we need to do. Let's see. So for these, we're going to max the input and the output. The input and the output are maxed. We're basically just gonna run. We could, if we want, we could hook these up to dials and control them manually. But I usually set it up so that everything just goes in and out and just like loops on itself. And then you can have pumps to add air to the system or to remove it. Okay. Let's keep deconstructing. What do you need? Crowbar. Inventory space is so limited right now. Gets much better in the later game. We'll basically be a walking inventory. We'll have everything on us at all times. But not today. Alright, can I clear out my inventory more? What do we not need? I don't need this. I don't think I need this. Do you take those? What do you need to finish? Screwdriver and pipe. Okay. So yeah, you don't need the electronic parts. The big one does, but the smaller one does not. This is like the medium-sized fan. And we've got pipes. Okay. Pipes and insulated pipes. These go, these stay, this go, we're good. What else do we need? Let's run power. I can't run it through the window. That would be a crime. Oh, they have different variants, right? Do you have like long pipe? Come on, give me a long pipe. Give me a zoop. Let me zoop it. Just go zoop. Straight line. This is our main power line. We're gonna bring this down so that we can pull off power and do all the things and stuff that we want to do. Let's go ahead and just bring that straight down into the floor. Okay. So now we can access that for power. We can plug that into a new power line. That will work nicely. For that, we're going to want a transformer, but only a small transformer, which takes a little more iron, which we do not have currently, I believe. Need to finish crafting, and it is stormy. Dance. Beautiful. Let's get dance moves, Self. Thank you, Self. I'm just not going to hold on to this for a second. Or wait, can I put that in here? Would be perfect. No? Of course. That's fine. Put you back. Look at all this space. Ooh, all this space and all these windows. Isn't that nice? We can see things and stuff. We could see the sun if we could see the sun. But we can't see the sun. But maybe someday we can see the sun. Alright, remember this guy wanted to buy some nickel too. We didn't sell him any nickel. Let's try and collect more money. It kind of sucks to drain our resources this heavily. But it's good money. Alright. What are we doing? Crafting. Let's go crafting. The storm is actually a good time to go outside. We've pretty much pumped a vacuum at this point. Not quite, but close enough. We could finish it later. Let's go. We move slow. It's 120 degrees. This is actually colder than it is during the day or during the night. This is as cold as it ever is going to get. This is a good time to go outside. Let's keep working on the floor. As long as we don't jump, we won't fly away. jump or fall through the cracks. Hello, kitty. Oh, who's a good boy? I need to take a break, feed kitty soon. He's giving me cute sniffs because he's hungry for second dinner. I love you, cute kitty. The great widgety kitty. He's so good. He's so good. He's the best cat in the world. They did the math. He won. I think we actually, let's rebuild this a little. Just push these back. This is too tight. There's no reason to have it this clustered and claustrophobic. Having an extra 1 or 2 tiles of space will give us room to do the programming parts, all the IC chips and stuff. We need a little more space here, or it's going to be really too cluttered. Going to create problems for no reason. Space is relatively cheap now, as we're getting into the slightly later game. It's not hard to make a platform extend a bit. Alright. Okay, that's the end of those. Let's throw out a few more of these guys. Alright. That'll do. Want to weld that shut. Looks like the storm is ending. We can jump again. Also, it's 600 degrees, which is warm. Sun is almost to the top of the sky for midday. Turn this on, pump that hot air out. We're at vacuum, open this door, and then we can keep the pump going since this is not quite vacuum in here yet. Alright, getting better. Got a little bit of a floor there. Let's see, this can get filled up again with batteries, getting low. Okay, put that away. What else? Do we have enough? I think we have enough floor. We need a little bit more of the steel sheets to finish filling that in. These are iron sheets, steel sheets. We're out of steel sheets already. That's okay. Make more of those easy. Running out of steel already, too. I just ate all of that steel. Gone right away. No problem. Gave me more, and I will eat that, too. Alright, what was I doing? Any crafting? I wanted to make a small amount of iron for things and stuff, I remember. We can use the hot sun in the midday. That should work for us. Just immediately ready to go. Okay. And what was this for? I can't even remember. Something over here? Transformer small, yes. Okay. Got that. We're gonna need a sensor. Alright, we got the parts. I think of basically everything that we need to run in there and get this job done. I'm gonna keep the laptop in here just to make space. How are we doing? Medium food, medium water. I could go manage the dude for a minute. There's air in here. It's hot now, so I'm going to pump this to vacuum. I haven't had to do that for a very long time. And we can go into our room area place. Alright, we got some bad gas in here while we were outside. Temperature goes way up. We can refill our air. Down to 1900. Every time we use this, it goes down by like 100. Alright, looks good. Okay, I think I'm going to take a break for just a couple seconds here. I need to feed the cat. I'll be gone for like 2 minutes. I'm going to heat up some human food for myself, too. So I shouldn't be gone for more than 2 or 3 minutes. but I'll be right back. Let me pause here, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. I'm alive. The cat is fed. I'm cooking some soup for myself. And I got a nice liter of Arizona green tea here. Keep me up late. Oh, it's good. Oh, caffeine give me strength. Alright, where were we? We're doing pretty good. This is a solid... I'm feeling solid about this start. I feel like we got particularly lucky yesterday with the trading. That was, we were right on the edge of dying. Like, very, very close. Literally out of water entirely. And we managed to get exactly what we needed for resources and water and whatnot. Anyway, let's keep going. Pump the vacuum, manage the suit, feed the kitty cat. We're chilling. What was I doing? I was finishing this. We have to wait for night until we go outside. Any other daytime things we should do in here, maybe? Could start making some chutes, perhaps. Need steel for shoot, or iron for chutes. Just can't do that. These guys will let us fill in the floor. Okay. So I'll head out momentarily. We'll fill in the floor. We'll move those back just a step, and then we can lay down... We have all the parts and all the programming and everything to basically get this stuff turned on. So that's not far away. Just need to burn a minute or so. Can we sell this guy any more stuff? It's basically... I'm going to load everything into here. Let's sell him everything we can. This is just like paying the bills. This will keep us alive for a while. So we want to collect what we can from this dude before we send him on his way. Alright. I'm chilling and I'm dancing and I'm waiting. How about that sun? Oh, we got a nice big beautiful view of the sun now. Look at that. Looks sunny. I'm tempted to... I want to go outside. I'm bored. We're going to do it. We're just going to take on heat and regret our decisions. Here we go. I think we've managed to pump the vacuum too, so we can turn that off. I'm going to save in case I really regret my decisions. What's the temp? Extremely hot. Absolute peak of day. It's going down though. Alright, let's sell... What can I sell here? I will sell 9999, 9999, 9999, nothing there, 9999. 9999. 9999. 2. Alright, we've sold everything that we can. Our money is 2600, which is pretty okay. Let's do a little bit of crafting. This is much more expensive than it needs to be. But I don't have the patience to wait 3 minutes, so here we are. We don't need to phone these floors, but we can. And I do. Okay. That was all done? Good. Let's see, what next? You can get deconstructed. Oh, I missed one. Fuck me. Oh well. You go here. Let's rotate that. This way seems good. Let's put that back just a little ways. Like I was saying, might as well have more space here. That will be convenient. Okay, get that lined up and move it over just a bit. Call that good. Alright, so here's our two tanks. We can have our hard tank and our cold tank, and then we should label those. And we should give them a color would probably be a good idea. We should start spray painting stuff just to label it. That's a really helpful way of keeping track of like what's in your pipes or which of these tanks is which just by looking at them. Okay. We could start here with some pipes. So, ooh, that's exposed to the outside in a bad way. I think we're gonna want to put a block here. Shoot. That's okay, I can do that later. But I think we need one square block here to keep this guy walled in right now. I think it's exposed to the outside in a bad way. It's going to be radiating heat to the atmosphere. Alright, so here's our in and here's our out. I'm going to take them, they're going to plug into each other, like this. We're going to get a... where is it? Give me a wrench. Okay, so we do more. Let's see, and we want to keep this basically as small as possible. So we can do this. Okay. So right here, we're going to have a pump for our hot and a pump for our cold. And then those need to route to the correct location. So this one can go straight down. We're listening to Linkin Park, aren't we? They did it again. They keep doing Linkin Park no matter how much I tell them not to. Alright, so that can go like that. We're going to remove these and replace it with a pump eventually. And then these go over to our systems. So let's run it along. Okay. Something like this, getting close, saving a couple of these pipes because I might want them later. Let's get the housing down. Housing can live here is probably okay. Let's do, yeah, wherever. Doesn't really matter. We've got space. We'll throw our programmed chip into there. We'll find out why it doesn't work later. Let's get our transformer down. Okay, put that there's okay. Turn that on. Max out the power on it. So this small transformer will take the big line, which can have like 50,000 or 100,000 watts on it, 100 kilowatts, and it will convert it into 5,000 watts for a smaller cable line so that we don't blow our cables. It also separates all of the logic so that when we're doing the programming things and interacting with the hot and cold pumps and all that jazz, there's just going to be like no devices on this circuit. It'll make it really easy to see what's going on. Versus when we're like rotate. Right now everything inside is on one circuit. So when we're like trying to program it and get the stuff plugged in, it's all, you have to rotate through all of it. You want to try and keep your circuits a little bit separated. Kind of the idea. Alright, so we got power coming off and going this way. Let's go ahead and get the big line plugged in as well, since this is not currently powered. Okay. Boom. Now that should turn on. It is on. It doesn't need any power. If we turn that on, it'll start using a little. And then this will immediately fail, since nothing is plugged in. Turn it off for a second. Okay. Now let's keep moving. So let's say... never mind. Let's keep going. Everything's good. Gonna run a line this way. We're gonna need more cables immediately.
Air tank low.
Air tank low. Oh, fuck. Okay, I gotta go. We gotta poop. I was out during the day and we just spent a lot of... We totally filled up the exhaust. I forget too, since we have low pressure on our air tank, really quickly the exhaust tank just can't take any more air because like the pressure differential isn't strong enough. Okay, so really quickly, before we do that, let's get more cables. We need more cables, right? Give me cables. Thank you, thank you. And we'll go hide in here. Shut that, turn that on, the pump to vacuum, open this door, do our pooping, and let's see how painful that was. Our temperature goes from 20 to 30. 20 to 22 is much less bad. Okay, we're just in and out for a quick one here, nothing fancy. Just emptying the exhaust tank more than anything. Okay. We're also going to need more insulated pipes. Let's get some more insulated pipes out. And we want one more wall. Do we have one more wall? Steel, 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 active, blah, 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 wall. I'm going to make a glass wall right here so that we can remove the other wall without causing a break in the vacuum. And we're going to need a little bit of plastic and glass. Okay. Gonna need that eventually for something. Can't even think of what. Oh yeah, yeah. If we want to put the block on the other side of that, then we need that set up. And that'll allow us to create and destroy the block without any trouble. Alright, throw that out. Grab some of these. Listen to the dude breathe. He loves breathing so much. He's the breathiest boy I've ever met. We can fill up the welder, which is at 19%. How's my suit? 71? It's fine. Let's go. Cable. Alright, are we at vacuum? Okay, this room's at vacuum. So we can turn this off. Alright, it's just about time to turn this thing on and see if it'll start gathering air correctly. Okay, there's that. What else? We got that. We need our pumps, which can go something like this. Should be okay. Nothing fancy. Try and keep it in line. There we go. Okay, these need pipes, right? Pipe and a something. Pipe and a welder. Screwdriver. Plastic torch welding thing. Okay. Or plastic sheets welding torch. So that's not quite done, but almost. Let's get the power into it. Okay. Alright. So now these are plugged in. These are plugged in. The air is not. Where's my wrench? And the sun's coming up, unfortunately. Oh, I should be using the big ones. Ooh, look at that. That's beautiful. The big ones. Ooh. Ooh, are you jealous, fellas? Are you jealous? You should be. I bet yours isn't that big. Alright, where were we? Oh, it's got me. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Okay, good enough. Give me straight. Give me turning. Give me straight. Okay, those are plugged in. This is plugged in. They need plastic. They need labels. And then as well, we're gonna need the drain on the cold one. So that means this is now our cold tank. Let's label stuff. Cold tank. Hot tank. Hot vent. Cold vent. Good. And then we need a gas sensor. Get the temperature. Over here is okay. Alright, there we go. So now we have everything plugged in. We need some plastic. And there's a hole in the floor, which I don't like. Could fix that right now, real quick. That's good. Over here I saw some holes too. Let's at least put one on them so we can walk here. Good. Make sure our floor doesn't have trapdoors in it. Good. And then we just need a teeny bit of plastic and we can finish the vents. And I want to turn stuff on right now, basically, and see. We should see that nothing happens, and then when the temperature gets high enough, it should turn on the hot tank and start collecting air there. And that will be all we need to do pretty much all of our crafting currently. That'll be like an infinite supply of steel and iron and basically anything you'd want to cook. You can use that when this is ready to go, but that's not a lot of programming or trouble or anything. What am I doing? Where am I? Plastic? What's happening? Is this real life? This is real life, right? This is my life now. I'm a spaceman. There. Those look good. Switch the direction to inward. Okay. If we give this power and then turn it off, that's going to get all of the, like, what do you call that? IntelliSense, or it'll give us the labels for what's supposed to be what. Alright, so this is hot tank. Give me that hot tank. This is cold tank. This is hot vent. This is cold vent. This is gas sensor. Now we should be able to turn this on. Nothing should happen. No bugs is good. These should be off. That's good. And then, in just a moment, temperature's rising. Once we hit something, we should see this turn on at the peak of the day and then start gathering the hot air. I think we can see that from inside. Let's get out of the heat. I'm gonna turn on some old bangers. Let's switch up the music. Give me those old bangers. Do I want old bangers or do I want techno? I'm gonna do old bangers. What am I looking for? What's that one song? Oh, that could be literally any of them. That's not very helpful, is it? Can't remember. Alright, I give up on that. Here, this'll work. Alright, what was I doing? Stuff. Pump the vacuum. This goes open. Let's see. Do we see that light turning on? Nothing yet. We should see a green light eventually. We're looking for the temperature to break 600 something. Alright, we're at 685 outside, so that should be on. I don't think it is. Let's double check. What's 685 C to K? 6 C to K. 923. Alright, what did I program it at? Difference between C and K. $273.15. So we got it pretty much exactly right, almost. Okay. So theoretically, I think this should be working, right? Let's go take a look. What's going on here?
Air tank low.
Air tank low. Being outside in the heat is hard. Fucking, we're just running low on air, dude. We're gonna need to pretty quickly switch to pumping air from this room into a tank, if only so that we can have more than 2,000 in our tank. We've got access to better tanks too, that will have a higher end point, high end, so we can put a bunch of air in those. This air tank can only handle about half as much as the smart tanks, which are pretty cheap and easy to craft. Alright, while I'm here, we're gonna chill for a second, we're gonna eat and drink. Go back out in a moment. Eat, drink, chill. 25C is warm. Back out we go. Alright. What can we do during the day? Let's look for... we need a passive vent, and then we need a... what do you call it? Pressure regulator? Pressure regulator. Okay, get one of those, and then we need a kit. Or the gas kit, what's that called? Gas something? Gas pipe utility, we'll need one of these. Then we need smart containers. Should take a little more steel. Do we have steel? Am I out of steel? I'm always out of steel. I've got steel somewhere. I know I have steel. Are you steel? You're not steel. Are you steel? Fuck yeah, you are. Are you one steel short of what I need? Oh my god. Are you steel? There we go. Let's do one. We want two of these. A 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Explosions. Okay, and I want to... let's paint these. These should be white. This is going to be oxygen tanks. So this is going to be white. That's fucking... what? That's yellow. Yellow's not white. Excuse me. White. White. And that puts a teeny bit of pollution in the atmosphere too, just like the smallest bit. Okay. These are our new gas tanks. We got the kit guy. Yep. We got a pressure regulator. Yep, got cables on me. Yep. Alright, that's a good thing to do. Let's do that. So like I was just saying, we're running out of air. It's becoming a little bit problematic. Or like just hard to get our suit filled with air. Let's fix that right now. Only takes a second. So, this room is our safe to breathe area. It has oxygen in it, mostly oxygen. Very, very, very small amount of pollutant volatile. I don't even know how those got in here. That's interesting. And then CO2. So 65% oxygen, 34% CO2 is not great. But this should be okay. What we're going to do is put this guy up here. Okay, that's backwards. Let's try that again. Is this right? You don't look right. Rotate, rotate. There we go. So here's our oxygen container. We could put some oxygen in there. Yeah, put some oxygen in there. Okay. We'll have a... where's my passive vent? Did I pick up the passive vent? Did I throw it in here? I know I made a passive vent. Doesn't look like it's here. Okay, that's alright. Let's flip this. Can I do like a rotation? Water pressure regulator. Rotate it this way. Okay, that can live over here in a second. Get out here. That lives right here. That gets a pipe going in. So this is going to be our breathing air. This is a pressure regulator. It's just going to try and hold whatever pressure you give it. So I'm not exactly sure. I think the smart canister there will hold about 20,000 before it bursts. And we're going to have varying temperature in here when we unload the hot air. So this could fluctuate. If the temperature goes up and we're at 20,000, it's going to explode and make a hole in the wall. So let's start at 17,000 and call it good. Okay. Where is that passive vent? Outside? Let's go get the passive vent. I was also thinking, can I get one of these chips will tell us more about what we're looking at. Configuration, I think, is the one we want. This is going to give us the generic programming stats, the things that we can access inside of the IC programming and the assembly code. We can now take a look at the, use the laptop here, or not laptop, but iPad, tablet, and we can make an advanced tablet too, right? But we can use the advanced tablet to check this out. So instead of doing atmosphere now, since I swapped out the chip in it, it's going to give us the various stats. You can see like all of the values. So we can use this to look at specific values and see like, okay, what's not lining up in our code versus what we're seeing on our sensors versus what we're seeing on our various tanks, all that jazz. If there's any sort of issue there. Which hopefully there's not, but there might be. I didn't see it pumping out there. Expected to see it pumping. Alright, where's the passive vent? Ah, it flew over here. Okay. Okay, this passive vent goes there. Need to add a little bit of power. And then this guy's going to start pulling in air from the surroundings until it reaches that target threshold that we were looking for. Okay, there's that. This turns on. This starts to fill. It's going to be real slow, but it's going to be faster than we breathe. So if we just let this run, then we'll be in an okay spot. Along with this, we can open this guy all the way up. Just dump your air. Let's go to like 100 maybe. And then that's just going to get slurped into here. So we will no longer use this, and we can throw it away soon. But we'll empty this guy completely now, and that will go into our tanks. And then we'll be in a better spot. And pretty much immediately, that's already, it's already nearing where we were. This thing's super empty. Okay, let's give that a minute. We can just let that run and check on stuff outside. Tea. Oh, I love sugar water so much. Highly addicted to sugar water. It's my favorite flavor of water. Sugar. Let's throw these in here. Definitely don't need that pipe anymore. Let's go outside and see what's going on. Why is the shit not doing the shit, you know? Let's see if we can figure it out. Zoom! Oh, and I immediately... I guess we could use this. Alright, let's take a look. What's your... Your pressure is 0, so this is not working. Or at least it didn't run during the day and fill up like we were intending it to. So something is off in the programming, most likely. That's what I'm guessing. Let's see, D-hot tank, D-cold tank, cold tank. D-hot vent, hot vent. D-cold vent, cold vent. D-gas sensor, gas sensor. Okay. What's your temperature for Kelvin? Temperature is 399. So, as expected, it's not in Celsius. Celsius is 126. It's 399. Is that plus 273? Yes. Okay. Alright, so this should be running at night. Why is it not running? This guy should be running, right? Pressure should be low enough that this one should be pumping right now. So something is off in the programming. I'm guessing something to do with the branching logic where I'm doing like the and. Probably fucked up that. That's okay. Let's edit, let's pause, let's take a look. What do we got? Let's just do this. That might matter, I don't think so. But there, does that work? Nope. Alright, let's take a quick look. What do we got? Hot tank D0. First D0, D1, D2, D3, D4, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Okay, so no shared inputs or registers. These look like they're all aliased correctly. Temp, hot vent on, cold vent on, hot tank pressure, cold tank pressure. Min hot temp is 650, max cold temp 130. What's the temp out? 126, so that works. It's below 130. Okay, max pressure 3900. That seems good. Main loop does yield, loads variables, set hot vent on, hot vent is on, set cold vent on, cold vent is on. That looks right. So something with this computation's fucky. We're going to load the temperature into vtemp. We're going to subtract A minus B, so vtemp minus 273 into vtemp. That should bring the temp down from Kelvin into Celsius so that it'll match up and be easier to play with. They load hot tank pressure from hot tank pressure, load cold tank pressure from cold tank pressure. So this is all looking good so far. I'm guessing this is fucky. I probably have the logic inverted on this. I flipped it like twice while I was writing it. So I'm guessing I flipped it wrong one of these times. It's been a while since I played with assembly code. And I'm a faulty human that makes mistakes sometimes. Let's take a look at this. Let's do some debugging. I love food. All right. So to start, we're going to move into the hot tank, or hot vent is on. It's just going to be hard-coded to 1. We'll say jump to line C. This is relative, right? Relative jump, yeah. To line C if A is greater than B. So we will jump 1 line if vtemp is above hot temp. Okay, so if the temperature is above the min hot temp, is that right? Min hot temp, then we'll jump 1 line and we will skip going to 0. That seems right. Branch if less than. So if A is less than B, then we'll jump over this. Okay, so if the pressure is below the max pressure, then we're going to jump over this and keep it at 1, right? If hot tank pressure is less than the max pressure, then skip this line. So it should be staying at 0. So somehow the hot vent is on is getting turned to 0. So somehow one of these is getting triggered. And I'm not sure which. Let's try this. So I know it's night. Let's just like comment out one of these clauses and see if that does it. Is it the pressure here? I don't think the pressure is going to be problematic. I'm guessing it's something to do with the temperature and the conversion with Kelvin. But just for now, for the sake of testing, I'm going to remove the pressure as a requirement here. So it should only turn on if the temperature is below the threshold, which we're looking for. I will export, I will throw this in, and then let's see, does that turn on the vent? No, it does not. We could see it turning off there like it's supposed to. Okay. Pause again. So it's not, maybe not this clause. Let's try this. Let's do both of them. This should 100% turn on the cold vent because we're not conditionally turning it off at all. So this should turn it on, right? There it is. Okay. So that's working correctly. Off. Okay. So that means that this clause, I think, is messed up. But let's just confirm that. I'm going to do this guy. We'll say export. And now it should start working. Ooh, no. Something to do with pressure, perhaps. Interesting. Okay, what's your pressure, dude? Pressure is 34801. Alright, so something, this one. This is getting triggered. Let's see. Part of being fleshy human meat bag? Yeah, sucks to be imperfect. I wish I was born perfect. Things might be a little boring if you were born perfect, or if you knew what was gonna happen. That'd be a little bit boring. If you could see all of time, past and future, what's the point, you know? It's just like a statue. Nothing to change, nothing to do. This is getting weird. This is not what I'm here for. Okay. So you're the problem. Load V, cold tank pressure, D, cold tank pressure. I don't know why that would not be correct. I'm tempted to plug in, we could plug in an LED and just take this value and write it so we can get an idea of what it looks like. That could help with debugging, to like have a physical thing to look at the internal state. That seems like it could be a good idea. Why are you getting triggered? Am I using this wrong? Likely. I don't want to, this shouldn't work, but let's flip it to greater than. You gonna work? No, I didn't think so. You should be branch relative less than. Yeah, exactly right. You want to like impose limitations on yourself to have an interesting experience. Theories of reality. Alright, what's going on here? Something's fucky with my branching. I feel like I'm not branching correctly. Should we look at the various functionality we have for branching? B. Show me the B. Show me the BRs. You're not gonna show me shit? Am I using the wrong things? Here we go. B? No, it's this one. Is it 2? Is it... I think the 1 is just going straight to here. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's 2. Jump 2 lines. 1, 2. That's probably what it is. Or maybe. Let's try that. Does that work? You gonna turn on? You do. Okay. Let's turn that off again. Edit. Pause. Okay, let's try this all again. I think I might have had it all right, but this is supposed to be a 2. It's just been a while since I've used this. Alright, let's try the same logic. We're going to flip that to 2. I'm going to save it. Going to confirm. Going to export. Put that in. Does that turn on? It does. So the temperature's low enough. The pressure's low enough. This is working now. Maybe. We have to see it function correctly throughout the whole day. Okay. Progress. So now we are collecting cold air. You can look at this guy, and this guy's going to fill really slowly. It's going to take a long time. That's why we're using a bigger vent. But if this is just constantly happening every day and every night we're collecting air, then we're going to have way more air than we're ever going to need to use doing furnace things. So now we just need to get the furnace wired up, and we can start using the advanced furnace instead of the basic one. Alright, we need to do some mining. I need to remove this. We're also pretty low on air. I'm hesitant to move out just waiting a second while the tank is pumping in the base is going to be useful. Okay. So, this is half the puzzle. This also gives us propellant. We're almost out of propellant. We can now just pull propellant straight off of the cold line. Just plug that right into a tank. And then we'll be able to have infinite propellant. We don't want to use it in the base, since it's hot as shit at 120 Celsius. But 120 Celsius is as cold as we can get naturally on this planet. So that's fine. We'll use that for the tank for now. And that'll let us, when we're farming, when we're mining, we can use like just as much as we want. There's no more fear. We can just zoom around all the time. That would be useful. Alright, we're up to 169. That means the vent should be turning off now. Let's go double check that we don't see any more air moving. There is the chance that there's more logic wrong and that thing's staying on. Let's see. Have you turned off? I see off. Good. Okay. So this is turning on at night when the pressure's low, as far as we can tell. Seems good. And then this one should turn on at the peak of the day. We should see this turn on. Very nice. And then we're going to have that hot and cold air forever. Okay. Let's see. What else? Let's get a suit jiggy going. Yeah. Let's get a suit jiggy. Can we get more of the smart canisters, maybe? Ooh, we can. Okay, give me a smart canister. I'm going to swap out my propellant for a smart canister. I don't know if that matters at all, actually. But that is a thing we can do.
Jetpack critical.
I think I need to keep this propellant for now. We're going to need this eventually. We'll do that in a moment. I want a suit station. Suit. No. Suit? No. It's got to be here, right? Suit. Suit, storage, copper, silver. Is that enough? Nope. So suit storage, we're going to want to use eventually, like basically we'll have it right by the front door. Whenever we get home, we'll just pull the suit off and put it in storage. And that's going to automatically manage all of our air and our exhaust and all that jazz. It'll do it for us. You can see there's all the connections there for like charging batteries and loading up your various stuff and things. So let's take this guy, let's put it over here, maybe. Let's move it a little this way. Yeah, this is okay. I'll just put it like right here. Okay, that's for breathing we don't want. All we're looking for is the, not waste, this one right here is the jetpack. So we got breathing, oxygen goes here. Waste, we'll just vent that into our atmosphere here, and it'll get managed, since that's mostly going to be oxygen that we don't want to lose. And then for now, we're just going to do this one thing, basically. Let's get this guy. Okay, so that goes there. I think we're going to need some power. I think we can plug into that line. It's okay. There's not a lot going on with that circuit. Okay, do that. This song's a banger. We're on to the banger songs. Okay, so that'll run out and run into there, and we'll have power. Turn that on. And then we can just like run up. We can throw our jetpack in, and it'll fill up right away. This is gonna explode. Problem. Yeah, it's gonna explode. Okay. So right now we're pumping up the tanks here to what I said, like 3,900. The smart canister explodes at uh, 20,000. Sorry, 39,000. Smart canister explodes at 20,000. We need to tweak this. This needs to be... Ah, shit. We need the max pressure for... We're going to need a difference here. How do we want to do this? We could also probably do it just with like another... What do you call it? Pressure regulator. Let's just do that. That's going to be cleaner, I think. Let's do a pressure regulator, which we'll set to 19,000. And then that's just going to plug in. We can even use the inline storage to help add a little bit more there. And we should be good. That'll do it. Okay. Alright. How we doing? What's going on in here? Are you full? Oh, look at that. It did the thing. That is way more air. Cool. How you doing? You empty yet? Pressure none. This is empty. Okay, so let's close it, and then we can throw it outside. Get rid of it. Make some space. This now. Okay, let's manage some stuff. First, you can get thrown out. You poop. You poop. Okay. We're going to take this guy and throw it in there. This goes into here. This one gets opened. We're going to empty it into the environment here. Then we're going to close it. Okay. So now we just captured all that air. And then we can throw this out into space in a moment. Alright, while we're here, eat and drink. Alright. Good. We ate, we drank, we chilled. Oh, shit, actually. The suit temperature, let's turn that up a little bit. Temp can go up to 22. What I'm thinking is it's hot in here. If we're trying to keep it 20 and the air we're pumping through is at 20, it's just gonna flood that into the exhaust. It needs to be at least a little colder in here for that to work well. So we can add a little more air, or add a little more cold to the air. Oh yeah, and I wanted to get rid of this guy too. Let's grab this guy. Come on, let's go. Okay. Good. We're gonna get rid of you in a moment. Leave that there for now. This one can just get chucked into space through the wall, as is tradition. So what do we need? We need to plug the wire in. We need to plug the pipe in. We need to give it the pressure regulator. And what time of day is it? It is middle of the day. This should be turning on. There, we can see that. See all the air flowing in. So this is working correctly now. It's only turning on during the peak of the day. So now we are collecting the hot and the cold in the peak and the trough of the day. And we can use those in the future. Immediately for making a jetpack. That'll be nice to have. And then very quickly here for running the furnace. Progress. Alright. What next? Farming. We need to do farming. We can't go outside. Not really. I mean, we could now, especially now that we got more air. But I'm hesitant to go zooming around outside when it's super hot. What to do? Let's get the jetpack plugged in. That'll only take a second. Close this. Open this. This guy is... I don't even think this is insulated, so I don't think we want to keep it. Let's just throw it away. Goodbye forever. This guy can go. I think we got enough money out of him that it's not really the priority. We could try and sell more stuff, but bye. I want to farm and build more. I don't want to feed resources into the void. Let's see. Now boom! Now we want to take this gas into a tanky jiggy. Can you rotate? Come on. There it is. Is this... Oh, that's a liquid one. Whoops. This is wrong. That's fine. We'll fix it in a second. Okay, let's see... Okay, so this one goes this way. And then I have to be careful not to plug it in yet, since it will cause explosions if I'm not careful. That's gonna go that way. We'll do an inline gas guy right here. Okay, so we'll do a pressure regulator at 1800 is probably good, or 18,000. So most of the way full. Okay, and then we need insulated gas pipe for that to build up a little bit of a tank so that we can plug it in and just immediately fill. That seems good. Anything else I need to do out here? The power needs to run in. We can do the power real quick. Okay, that's good. Alright, what do we got for vendors? What do we need? Water, maybe? The ingots, dude? Oh, he's gone in 5 seconds. Goodbye. Sprout supplier. I think that's the seeds. I mean, we're not going to be growing for a while, on the one hand. On the other hand, it'd be nice to have the seeds ready to go for whenever we're ready to start growing. If we could buy... basically, all we need is ferns. Fern seeds would be good. If we get a few ferns growing, I think it's something like 6 ferns is going to be enough to counteract our breathing. So it will eat as much carbon dioxide as we're creating and just keep us in a relatively stable spot. The only thing is that that will add heat to the system if we're running grow lights. Let's bring that guy in, turn that off. Alright, and then I wanted some insulated inline pipes. Insulated pipe utility, which takes more steel. Do I have any to spare? I don't think I do. I don't see any here. I thought I made some a long time ago, but I think I'm just misremembering. Alright, I need steel. Any of you got steel? Should I start cannibalizing? I hate cannibalizing, but we're hurting. Nope. Nope, we need to craft steel, which means we need to farm. And then we need to craft during the day. We got all this lovely air, but we can't use it yet. We can't use any of this other than to get the jetpack going pretty quick until we have this all plugged in and programmed, which is not asking a ton. That should be quicker than what we did outside for sure. One thing at a time. Game is slow. Slow game. Just gonna put this here for now. Also put this here for now. Let's just go out and farm a bit so we can craft some steel, do whatever we need to do. That means we're gonna want the extra tool belt. And we should probably just like poop and stuff. Let's poop. The canister's pretty full. Close that. Alright. Air in here. How's the air? Is this even breathable? It's not going to be breathable really soon. Okay. I think now is the time to bring in our oxalite. And we're going to need a nitrogen filter, or the nitrogen will kill us. Can I do a medium nitrogen filter? Iron and constantan. There. Windows are nice. Alright, so we now have a nitrogen filter. The nitrogen isn't going to build up and kill us. I wanted to grab the cobalt, or this stuff. Oxalite. 50 might be a little much. That's okay. I should have saved. 50 might be too much. Let's see. Let's just pump to a little over 100 maybe.
Jetpack low.
Okay, and then I'll store that so it stops melting. Alright, so there's a bunch more air in here now. Swap this guy into there. That one will fill a bit. That's all good. And we can do a little chilling and eating and cooking and whatnot. Just real quick top stuff off. Alright, that's good enough. Out we go. Put that back. Alright, we're good to go. We need steel in particular. I'm gonna save just in case. Go out and start farming. This is a good time for ads. Steel. Steel. Steel, steel, steel. Steel, steel, steel. Already like farmed all this. So we need everything, so nickel's a thing. We're looking for mostly iron, coal. Yeah, baby. Look at all that steel. Delicious. Can't drill to the core. Look at all that lava. If you get low, you hit lava. You can only go so far. Alright, we've almost filled one bag. Let's see if we can top off this stack of coal. There it is. Swap this guy. Keep going. I really enjoy the ratio of like time spent farming to time spent thinking. There's very little grinding for resources. Relatively speaking, you spend like 95% of your time just problem solving. That's nice. It's a good game. Everybody go buy it. Unless you don't wanna. We don't really need much copper. Copper in general is a resource that you fly through, but we just collected like a bag of it. need iron and coal more than anything. We got some iron. Probably, I don't know, 600 steel, something like that. Ooh, gold, we're out of that. Looks similar to Space Engineers. Actually, so they, originally they were trying to make it like Space Engineers. When it first launched, you were able to, like, fly platforms around and stuff. I think the idea was you'd go fly to get different resources, but they pretty quickly scaled it back and changed it. And I think in a good way. It's much different. This is more programming and engineering, and it's closer to Oxygen Not Included, I would say, than it is to Space Engineers. Space Engineers is another game that I really enjoy. I haven't played that one in a long time. I'm also just kind of waiting for Space Engineers 2 at this point, since it sounds like that's something that they're working on. That's exciting. That's a great game. That's a really fun tangent. They've done a pretty good job there. But this is much more about, like, managing gases and a lot of programming. Programming is probably the biggest draw for this game for me. Like, that's a lot of fun. That's a really cool experience. And it's like nothing I've ever seen. There's no other game I can think of that has you programming assembly code and having a good time about it. That's pretty wild. It's been a big change in my experience of assembly code. I only remember it being difficult and painful in college. This is so much more interesting. Good way to learn some basic assembly. Also, if you haven't done much programming before, it is very, very challenging. Got a lot to learn. And they have, like, workshops and stuff. You can just, like, download scripts from the workshop and get what you need there, too. Alright, let's buy... I want the fern. Do we need anything else? We already have potatoes. Probably should get a couple things. I don't even know if we need switchgrass. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna grab it. We can do more... We could buy more seeds in the future. I'm just trying to get a couple of things that we're more likely to need. And it's gonna be a while before we use these at all. So just get a teeny bit. Do you want to buy anything? He wants some stuff. I could do 9 hydroponic trays. That's not bad. Alright, back home. It's warm. Sorting gas into a rocket. Nah, this is very different from Space Engineers. I do love that game, though. Okay. We need steel, we need some iron. I think most of the stuff that I cooked we need. It might also be good to... Oh, we can drop these, too. I was thinking the ores we might want to take back. Like, all those stacks of ores are pretty useful. Alright, so we'll get some seeds. Just store them on the rack here for long term. How about that sun? Sun's going up. Alright, let's start. Let's just do a little iron to start. So this is shut. We could throw some iron in, turn on the vent so air comes in. That will heat and it will melt, but it will not be ready to finish until we get more heat. But let's do... I didn't get much iron here. I'm going to cook all of this into iron, and then we'll get 1 stack of steel, which will be enough to keep us going for a little bit. But that's not a lot. Alright, what about the rest of the resources? We put those in the storage here. Just kind of throw them out. Call it good. Okay, that looks good. How are you doing? You got it all melted and you're too cold. Let's flip this to out so that you empty. And then we'll raise the temperature once it's down to 0. Alright, what else? Could poop a little. Let's go in here. Let's poop. And then let's just pump that. There we go. Manage some batteries. That's going down slowly. Let's make it faster. wee, 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 wee. What else am I doing? Well, thank you for the raid, Creative Luck. Hope you had a good day. Did you do some partner things? Did you die in a potato cannon explosion? Is your save fucked yet, or are you killing it? Let's flip this. This looks good now. It's empty. Close the valve. Flip it. Bring in hot air, and it's immediately ready. There's our iron. Break it into pieces and craft some steel next. So that's going to be 1 thing of coal, and then 3 stacks of iron at the right temperature. Haven't killed the save yet? Fuck yeah, dude. You're killing it. Didn't need necromancy. Nice. Save is safe. It has no atmosphere. What do you mean? Are you not getting enough air to breathe? What kind of atmosphere are you thinking? Alright, let's flip this to out again and empty it again. Same idea, empty it and then raise the heat in a moment. Minimus. Yeah, that's just like a little bit of oxygen and stuff, right? That's bad for the alien lungs. So far for me, I've been working on, I expanded my base a little, gave some more room. Working on getting advanced furnace going. Did the programming and set up to collect cold air at the night, in the middle of the night, and hot air during the peak of the day. So we're going to have huge reserves of hot air and cold air to plug into our furnace so that we're no longer dependent on the sun, what time of day it is, to be able to have access to the different temperatures from the different times of day. Good progress. Need to get that furnace plugged in. That's going to make life a lot easier. There's our steel. Turn that off. Call it good. Put that in there. Steel needed to go where? Somewhere for something. So when are you doing a thing? This guy wanted some stuff for some things. It was over here. What was I doing? I need everything for everything, but I can't remember the thing I was trying to do in particular. Getting the jetpack going, which is getting the inline storage. So that's going to be... Or we could even do another tank. Let's use another tank. That's even better. I'm just going to take this guy, and then we're good. Do we have enough of the insulated pipes? We do. Okay, I'm thinking we just put another tank, like right out here. Exactly right there. Yeah, perfect. I don't even need to go outside. Come on. Can't reach? That's okay. Alright. So, in just a moment, we'll be able to plug this in. But this is gonna... This regulator is gonna pump this tank to the pressure we need for our jetpack. And then we can just plug in our jetpack and get that thing filled up whenever we need. Just immediately jump to full. We'll have infinite propellant to do whatever we want forever. So that's gonna be good to have. And that is just about done. What else? I wanted iron for something. Oh yeah, I remember now. I wanted to do the planters. Plant. Okay, this is gonna make perfect. It's gonna make 9 of them, which is exactly what we needed. We can sell those to the plant man. Launched a rocket to mine ores. You're already launching rockets? Isn't this like day 2? What the fuck? How are you so strong? Almost day 300. I mean, like, day 2 is in the big expansion patch thing. Their huge patch came out like 2 days ago. You're 300 days into the game in like 2 days? Have you just been no-lifing this for like 16 hours a day? I'm on stream 21. Ah. So you didn't make a new map? Oh, you're on beta. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. I was thinking, how are you not using all the new stuff? That new content is so good. Okay, so you were way ahead of me. That explains how you're already like breathing and stuff. Considering you have to pull those gases out of a furnace, it's fairly complicated. Okay. Chilling, and I'm dancing, and I'm spinning, and I'm thinking, what do we want to do here? Let's plug these guys into here so we can sell them. By the way, does one of you guys know, I was trying to figure it out, I haven't worked it out. I want to use the cryo chamber just to heal, not to resurrect. Do you need nitrogen now just to heal? I remember in the past you used to be able to just use the atmosphere in a livable room, and that was all it took to be able to breathe and stay alive. Or to be able to use the thing. I gotta stop. This lung thing is annoying, and this dude keeps breathing, and I keep remembering it. It's driving me insane. I need to make him stop breathing. Do you know? Do you guys know things? I don't know anything, and it's giving me trouble.
Toxin detected.
Toxin detected? That's not good. I'm gonna die immediately.
Jetpack low.
Take that off. Toxin detected. That means I have pollutant in my system? Okay. We flushed the suit. This is a little sketchy. That almost killed me. If I take any damage, because of what I was just talking about, it's gonna kill us. So we need the pollutant filter. Pollutant. Can I get a medium one? Let's get one pollutant filter. You do need nitrogen? Damn, that's rough. Okay, so I don't get to heal for a long time. I need to buy it from a vendor or something. In fact, I have to buy it from a vendor. I don't think I can get it that cold. I think I can, the maximum temperature I'll go, cooling down pollutant, is like, what do you call it? What's it called? Negative 60C, I think, is about where it goes to. Alright, I'm just going to throw that up there for now. We now have a toxic filter, and a nitrogen filter, and a carbon dioxide filter. So that should be getting rid of all the gas. Any bad gas that's gathering in our suit, and then we won't have to take damage. Seems good. Sun's almost down, so we can go outside. You been buying pills? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I want to buy pills. Speaking of, I should play with the vendors. Did you make all the things? Did we get this loaded up with 9 of the guys? Let's see. Shut. Open. Temperature is fine, whatever. I need to do stuff. So you wanted to buy all of these. There it is. You want to buy planters too, and a sampler. We can make all this stuff, but I think I'm good. We have some money. I'm more interested in buying a pill or something. So off you go. You're on pill 6. I had to eat 1 pill in the very beginning of the game, when I was just getting started and didn't have any shelter to breathe in. Needed to eat and drink before I died. I ate and drank a teeny bit, and then I choked down a pill in this atmosphere, and then managed to keep going. Alright, let's turn this on. So this guy is now going to draw from our cold tank into here. You can see the pressure going up, and it's going to pull it up to the target pressure we want to be able to fill our jetpack. That's going to take a few minutes, but again, that's going to fill way faster than we're going to use it. So in a day or two, that'll be fine. Meanwhile, every single night, this cold tank is filling up. We're already at 1,800, which is not huge, or not great, but it's a giant tank. There's a lot of air in here. So give that a bit. These will fill up over time, and then they will eventually reach their target pressure and stop collecting gas, unless I fucked up, in which case they will explode, and that will be fun too. So we'll see what happens there. Alright, it is nighttime. How's my suit? Suit is good battery, good food, good exhaust, or good good air, good exhaust. How's this guy? Good battery. I'm gonna save. Let's go out. We need to farm again. Do we need to farm again? We always need to farm again. This is the only time I can leave the house. So let's leave the house for just a moment. Let's fill a bag or two with stuff. And then we can get to crafting. It's about time to get the... I want to get the furnace going. Pretty much just need to program it at this point. Not a ton to do. Oh, I also want to buy pills. Let's do both of these things. It makes me sad. I've been looking for this game on Twitch, and every time I look, there's like 2 streams with like 3 people. Nobody knows about this game. Nobody knows about it. Maybe it's too nerdy. I'm not sure. But I feel like there's a lot of nerds out there who would really love this game. It seems like it's underexposed. People don't know. The people need to know. This game is fun. Someone tell the people. Can we get some billboards or something? It's nerdy. It's nerdy AF. Debatably too nerdy. Or I could see that being a turnoff for a lot of people. Also, I think it has a... There's a bit of barrier to entry. The controls are brutal. I remember when I first started playing this game, I tried to play a little bit, and it was like, holy shit, this is ridiculously overwhelming and uncomfortable and awful. And then I was like reading about it, and I could tell that, okay, when I learn to play this game, I'm really gonna like it. I had to just grind for like 10 or 20 hours to like learn my buttons before it was particularly fun. And then it was a lot of fun. Once you get through the first bit of it, kind of learn what your buttons do. Gets a lot more interesting. It's also still got a bit of an issue, I think, where the inputs are just a little uncomfortable. Like, just when you're doing stuff, it doesn't feel quite as quick or natural as you would like for managing inventories and moving things around. I think there's probably a couple hotkeys that I'm still missing. I know you can use, like, G to quickly equip things, Alt-click to drag shit around, but I think there's faster ways to manage your inventory. Anyway, I still feel a little slow and clunky there. But, game is good, game is fun. It's worth the learning curve. Ooh, are there streamers who reach 500 viewers? I think I saw there's like one NASA guy. I don't know anything about him. Speaking of NASA, I've heard they're making a Kitten Space Agency? KSA? Kerbal Space Program, basically. The successor. I am unbelievably excited for that one. I'm gonna stream that one real hard. I used to love playing Kerbal Space Program. Had a year or two where I streamed that a lot. A lot of good saves. I'm super excited for that game. That's another very nerdy one, in a very different direction. I like the engineering games, though. I like the nerdy shit. I got this save going. I'm thinking if I get bored on this, or if I just want to mix things up, sometime in the near future. I want to do an Oxygen Not Included save as well, play through the new DLC. And I want to get far in the game. I know I can. I have before. Once you reach a certain point, you're like totally stable, and you can pretty easily progress through the game. But I want to do that. I want to progress towards all the things you can do, and get a good save on the YouTube for 3 to 7 viewers who are into that sort of thing. I would likely be one of those 3 to 7 viewers. Fire. Fire bad. Well, that just hurt my everything. God damn it. Oh, do I want to save scum it for like 1 damage? I'm going to save scum it. We're going to lose 1 minute. I'm going to lose 1 minute to not hurt my everything. Whoops. Don't go in lava. Don't go in lava. Oh, that's perfect. We didn't even lose 1 minute. We lost 30 seconds. am I even looking for here? That. I love how resource dense this world is. It's nice not have to zoom around the everything looking for the everything. Specific rare resources, we'll have to do more of that. Nickel and cobalt, it seems. Nickel in particular has been hard to find. Alright, we're just grabbing resources here. Hopefully get everything that we need to get the furnace going. I would love to use that furnace for all our crafting. It's going to make life much easier.
Hunger caution.
I gotta alt tab and throw you both a follow as well. I want to watch your streams sometimes. Say hello. See your beautiful world. You can give me a tour. Alright, that's a full bag. We'll swap it out.
Jetpack low.
Yes, I know.
Jetpack low.
Yes, I know. I've already solved that problem, actually. Just need a little time. Yep, I heard you.
Jetpack low.
Oh shit, that's new information.
Jetpack low.
Oh my god, thank you for telling me.
Jetpack low.
Wow.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Why? Dude.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Oh my god. I wonder how long it would take before that drives me insane.
Jetpack low.
I think it'd be faster than the heavy breathing. The heavy breathing's doing good work, but I haven't cracked yet.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Yep. Pressure change when mining. That makes sense. Okay, so pressure change, then it's throwing me around a little, so it tosses me in the air like a centimeter, and then it says, hey, you got no jetpack. Gotcha. Thank you. Logic. It makes sense now.
Jetpack low.
Also, maybe don't do that. Maybe maybe the developers want to have, like, you keep track of when the last warning was, and make sure you don't give another warning within 2 minutes of it. Would be a decent feature.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
That'd be a little thing. I think this these developers seem like they are really good. I bet they will do like exactly that. The little shit like that. I could see them correcting with time. Should make a Reddit post about it. Like every post I read on Reddit, the devs are there. It's super cool. I appreciate that.
Jetpack low.
My jetpack's low.
Jetpack low.
My jetpack is low.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Alright, low jetpack. Jetpack me home. I'm super excited to buy a pill now. I think we can do that pretty quickly. Do you know what vendors have pills? Do they have like a Healy Boy? What's his name? Healy Boy would be a good name. I recommend naming him Healy Boy. Alright, I'm home. What do we got? Something implements. Can't do that. Void Ventures. I don't think that's going to be anything for us. We can call him in real fast. New Vulcan's insane. I'm liking it a lot. I'm having fun. I picked the plateau region just so that I could make a base that's not like on top of a mountain and be able to drill down a little without immediately hitting lava. But yeah, dude, that is a hard start. Game is hard. Alright, we got a little sweaty buff. His hygiene's not happy. The dude needs to take his suit off. So let's do that real quick. Do some pooping. Fill up the air. And eat and drink. Meanwhile, that debuff is now getting improved. Oh, I've got food for myself I need as well. Forgot about that. I have food in the oven, or in the microwave. Just sitting and waiting for me. Alright, I'm gonna run ads. I'll be back in like 2 minutes while we chill in this room and the debuff runs out. And then we can keep working on the furnace. Hopefully find some pills to eat. Back in 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I'm full of food. Food is good. I am thankful for food. Alright. How are we doing here? Are you working? Can I plug you in? What happens if I put my jetpack in here? Does that work? Oh, it's working. Just leave it for a second to fill. How's that? Oh, it's working. Ooh, we're doing it. That's also got all of my shit in it. There. That goes there. Alright, I was looking to swap out the cartridge so we can get back to Atmo cartridge. See what's going on here. I just want to like look at pipes and stuff. Show me the pipe. 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 Up to 2 megapascals, which means this is already at its maximum fill. That's okay. It's filling slowly. It'll take a day or two to hit its target. But we're getting it, and that's already more jetpack fuel than I've had in a long time. I don't know what you start with. We're not quite there. It's not more than we started with. But it's more than I've had for a while. This guy can get shoved into space now. Goodbye forever. Pew! Alright, I don't need these. We've got a bunch of materials on us. What about a pillboy? Interstellar implements? No. Let's rotate this a bit. Check that out. I'm gonna go out and check what this guy's got for sale. Out into the middle of the midday sun, but only for a moment. Do you sell pills? Please sell pills. 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 Eat my butthole. Get out of here. That dude doesn't sell pills and he didn't eat my butthole. Very disappointing. What else we got? Nothing new here. I think this is still rotating because it's very slow. Okay, crafting. Let's get a little more steel, maybe. Just gonna dump some resources for a moment. Okay, and I had a bunch of stuff in here too. Let's get those in there. I wonder if it's automatically stacking. I really hope so. That would be a great feature. Okay, whole bunch of ores put away there. You all stacked correctly? What about you? Did you all stack? You should all be 50 if it worked. 16. Okay, so it didn't work. Damn. That would be an amazing feature. All good. Steel. Steel is 1 stack of this guy. Make sure that's off. Got some air in there. Okay. Let's do more. Let's do two sets. How about you? You got a pill guy? No pills? Just turning forever? What if I turn the power up? Is power low? Power's already pretty high. Oh shit, we're out of power. Oh shit, turn off. Why am I out of power? Maybe from the... Oh shit! Oh! I know why. We had a storm a little while ago and I never repaired my solar panels. I gotta do that. And then on top of that, we're running these vents pretty frequently during the day and the night to fill those up with air. The pressure regulators take a bit of power too. They aren't the most power efficient thing. It'd be better to use logic and like turn them on at the right time. But it's easier and quicker to just throw a pressure regulator down there and change the, spin the spinner till it's the right value. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the stuff I don't need. We need fancy duct tape. Do I have fancy duct tape? I think I got a little fancy duct tape. Nope. Duck. Takes 1 electrum. I don't think I have any electrum. We can make electrum quickly though. Alright, this needs 100 more iron. And then we should start to pump to empty. Are we on daytime? Getting late in the day. I don't know if I can finish this tonight. Or today, I mean. Might have to wait for tomorrow day. Alright, let's just have that empty. Electrum. I don't want to empty stuff, but I think we could. There's some electrum in here, right? No, you are totally empty. Okay. Someone's got electrum, I remember. You have electrum. You have a lot of stuff. Ooh, I don't like this, but I'm going to do it. I'm pushing the button. Just for the one little thing of electrum. Alright, give me a couple duct tapes. 1, 2, and then you can poop. And off. Shut that, put it all back. Okay. Duct tape. And I said I wanted to get these guys back too. Any of these resources that I am not gonna sell. No! Not you. No degassing, you're degassing, you fuck! That's a waste. Oh, actually, I shouldn't do that. I should do it into here. Okay, all empty. Just a little bit of silver. Drop that, I guess. Alright, we use that to make more electrum. Alright. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Let's go outside for a minute. I'm on fire. That is the teeny amount of oxygen in the air combining with the volatiles in the air, turning into fuel and going boom. Whoopsie daisy. Oh wow, these things are really hurt. Okay, I'm gonna need more. I thought this would be enough. I might have enough. I think there were 2 storms is what happened. Okay. Did that cause trouble? Are we good? You still working and stuff? I'm gonna leave that on while we empty the oxygen. So there's still a teeny bit of oxygen in here. We'll just shove that out into space. It'll be a little flamethrower into the abyss. Alright. I need one more duct tape, or we could just leave it as is. I think it's good. Alright, so now that those are repaired, their efficiency goes up. We should see the power start to go up. We also can't really do any trading until we have some power saved. So this stays off. And we are going to night again. What to do? What to do this fine night? What about some progress on the furnace, perhaps? What do we need for furnace? We need 2 pumps. I think probably turbo pump would be nice. Pump. Turbo gas pumps. We want 2 of these. One for hot, one for cold. And then we're going to need an exhaust pump as well. Okay. So we have 3 pumps. That's going to let us... Sorry, I just got distracted by myself. I was thinking, so we're gonna have a pump for the hot air in, we're gonna have a pump for the cold air in. We can turn those on whenever we want using a switch, so we can fill up the furnace with that. And then we're gonna have 1/3 pump, which is just gonna be an exhaust pump, which can dump air out into space. As well with that, though, we might want to run that through some atmospheric filtration. I don't need to do that now. We can start with a passive vent and tweak it later. But we're gonna want to start catching the gas that's coming out of this furnace and just filtering it. Right now we don't have access to a ton of gases. In particular, I want to collect nitrogen. Nitrogen is a useful gas for, if we take a look at it, I was saying earlier that we are going to be cooling off down to like -60. If you look at the temps here, nitrogen doesn't turn to liquid until -90, -100. So if we can cool down to -60 is the bottom end of our cooling system, then the nitrogen is never going to turn to liquid and cause issues in the pipe. We can cool off a big tank of nitrogen and just have it at like -60 and use that as the backbone of our cooling system for everything, basically. So we'll just be able to do heat exchangers with that nitrogen and then cool off the gases where we want to. So that's the plan. And to do that, we're going to need a lot of nitrogen, and we have none. And the only way to get it, we could buy it, expensive, or it just comes out of ore as we're cooking stuff. So having a little bit of filtration set up where we're just catching that nitrogen on the way out would be helpful for starting that collection. That's a little ahead of myself, though. I don't know if we need that currently. Maybe we do. That's actually not very hard to do. That's a kit atmospherics, which takes a little bit of iron. And we're going to have to program the thing, which is a pretty easy program. Alright, that's a thing to do. And we're going to need a passive vent either way. We'll filter out the air that we want. We'll just collect the nitrogen. And then the rest of the gas, we'll just let it go. Just out into space. I don't think there should be any oxygen or anything else we want to capture, at least for now. That's all gonna, a lot of oxygen or nitrous oxide are just gonna turn into fuel and combust. So those are gonna disappear. Let's grab this. I think this takes a pipe, if I remember right. We'll grab one of those. We're going to need an IC chip as well for this. We need a passive vent. Insulated doesn't matter, because this is just going out into the atmosphere, so who cares? Okay. We'll do the IC for programming. Gold, steel, electrum solder. I need more of all the things. Alright. I think we can do some, we can do a little crafting right now. I'm gonna empty this. We'll just put these on the wall for now. This is steel, which we will cook during the day. Okay, and then we can cook some, we can cook some of the electrum right now. It's just a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold. You can't do a ton here, but 1 stack's alright. That goes in. Is that combusting? It looks cold. Get hot. Is that gonna work? Do you make hot? No? Oh, we need more. Get some gas in there. Give some gas, then you make hot. Good. Is there fire? Why? What? The fuck? Oh. Close. Whoops. Does that matter? Is that damaging things? Damages at 90%. I think that's okay. How are you, flamethrower? You just cooking everything? You damaging things? Did you damage my water container? Don't you dare damage my water container. That's my bad. This was open, so it was creating fuel and then just spreading that or spraying that outside on accident. What does Electrum take? We might have fucked that up, actually. I might need to load. And this is why you save before you do any stuff. No, we can do this. Just needs more pressure. There it is. I think we're fine. I don't think that's a big deal. We'll do this, split that. Throw it in. Alright, that's one thing. We got Electrum, gold, steel, solder. Steel. Is there solder floating around? Might be low on that. Solder. Good. Got a bunch of that. Out of power. Uh-oh. Gold, steel, solder. Okay, so now we can craft the IC guy as soon as the sun comes back up. We're out of power currently. We could also just do this. It's fine. I thought you were going to be closed forever, but I immediately open you up again and swap out the battery. Alright. So we'll make an IC chip to program our atmospherics, and then we're going to need to code that. Toxin detected how? I'm gonna die. How am I getting toxins? We've got... Our filter is on. We've got pollution filter, nitrogen filter, carbon dioxide filter. What is in our air? The teeniest bit of liquid pollutant. That's nice. Oh, it's volatiles. Ah, fuck. How did those even get in here? Somehow we leaked a small amount of the outside air in, and it's causing trouble. The volatiles are piling up. Damn, that's annoying. Unexpectedly problematic. We might need to do, like, air filtration. This poor breathy boy is breathing so hard. He loves breathing. I'm so close to being able to fix the breathing. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we can do a filtration system here. We're going to need this eventually. We're going to want to filter out the oxygen. When the pressure's too high, we'll want to pump some air out, and then we'll collect the oxygen, and that's how we're going to do our everything. But for now, we could use filtration to filter the oxygen, plug it into the tanks, and then everything else will just enter the room. I think we might need to do that for the filters to work correctly here. Interesting. Okay, well, I figured out the problem. It's the volatiles currently. Can I just, like, light a match and blow it up? Make the teeniest bit of fire? That's not a terrible idea. Alright. Okay. That's the thing we're going to want to do. This needs to be pulled apart. make some space. Whoa, what is this? Can I wear you? Cryo mask. Cool. I don't want it. You can go out here too. Let's just, you can go out here. You can go out here. Hey, we just talked about this. Hey, go. Okay, collect some pipes. I already have an atmospherics on me, right? Okay, atmospherics lives here. You want pipes, right? You love pipes. There it is. Then a screwdriver, is it? Cable coil. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong one. My bad. This is atmospherics for, like, air conditioning. We're looking for atmospherics for filtration, which is a different option on the same object. So let's fix that real quick. Okay. There it is. Alright, same thing. Pipe. What did you want? Cables and stuff, right? Cables and a screwdriver? Okay. Alright, is this in? In. Okay, so air comes in. We'll just pull it straight from the atmosphere. Unfiltered and filtered. The filtered oxygen comes out and goes up. Okay. So we're not going to want this anymore. And we're not going to want this anymore. Okay, and even that one can go. Excuse me. Whoa, where'd it go? Oh, it went to space? No, it went right there. Okay. Okay, so we'll put a couple oxygen filters in here. That will go into here. And then we'll be in a pretty good spot. This needs to be emptied completely. Hey, come back. Hey, come back. Can I get you? Come on. Got him. Oh, come back. I love you. Come back, I love you. Come on. Come on, you motherfucker. I need you. I love you so much. Come over here. I saw it. No. It needs to be this way, I guess. This tricky business. Ah, motherfucker. Come on now. I need inventory space. Flip. Let's rotate it this way. There. That'll be good. Okay. I can go this way into a vent. Okay. Turn the pressure way up on this guy. Okay, I should have my suit off this whole time. Whoops. This can go here. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. First thing, we need to pump these empty. These need to be totally empty. So that is goal number 1. Pump the oxygen guys to 0. Then we will refill them using the atmospherics, which need to be programmed and set up. Now we can go back out without any sort of dying or trouble, as long as we don't spend too much time outside. So we'll just go hang out in our crafting area, get some crafting done, and get this set up. We just need a couple filters and a couple of insulated pipes, and we're pretty much good here. You can go here. Alright. So the way this is going to work, it's going to pump in air into this area. Or this is just a passive guy. We might actually want to use a pressure regulator here to make sure that this guy's got some pressure in it. But anyway, it'll just grab air from the outside. It'll filter it, and then pump it into here is the idea. And we can do that based on logic in the IC chip right here. All we need to do is... there's ways that you can basically like access itself. You throw this IC chip is a little different. Every air conditioner unit or every air filtration unit can have its own programmable chip. It works identical to the chips that we've been using elsewhere, except instead of having 6 inputs, it's got 3. We have 0 and 1, that's 2, and then it has self as a third, which I think is like dB or something. But we can access like the self and look at like self input and self output. So we'll look at self output, and if it is below 1800, then we'll turn it on. And it'll take air from here, it'll filter oxygen, oxygen will go into here, and the rest of the gas will just stay in the room. And that'll just kind of spend power, not be super efficient, until this is fully pumped, and then it'll turn off. That way the tank here will only ever have pure oxygen, and we can simplify our filtration in our suit, since our suit can't handle all of the things. We don't have enough filters to be able to handle volatiles too. If I could just throw a volatile filter in, we'd be good, but the basic suit doesn't have 4 filters, it has 3. So that's what we're doing here. That should be a very quick programming job. Side quest or we die. Where is my suit? In my hands. Perfect. Let's poop. Okay, out we go. Hopefully that doesn't increase the pressure too much in here. If we break 300, then the wall's going to blow out. But hopefully we're okay. Anyway, how's the power? Are you guys working? The sun's coming up, going down. Sun's in the middle of the sky. You guys are pointed straight at it like you should. How's my battery? Low as fuck. Why? Not generating as much power as I want here. Alright, anyway. Maybe it's just like the couple events we've added. Might be adding a pretty significant draw. More than I expected. You're off, right? Yeah, you're off. Okay. Let's do the thing. I needed a couple pipes, and I needed to program the IC chip. Can we get that IC chip? There's the IC chip. Okay. Is there anything else I need here? Let's take a look. Do we have cables? Oh, this isn't even gonna... Ah, fuck, I might have to remake this. The cables are in the wall. I can't plug it in. That's annoying. Maybe I can, like, peek through the wall and get it done through the wall. That's obnoxious. Let's put the cryo tube away. Goodbye, cryo tube. It's okay if we need to rebuild it. It's not a huge deal. Okay, let's go there. I'm tempted to just go outside and duct tape that last. Let's get some shitty duct tape. Give me one little shitty duct tape, and let's go out there and finish the last solar panel that's not working quite right. Make sure that that one is not damaged. I left that on too. That's a big draw.
Temperature high. Temperature
Oh no.
critical.
Oh, I'm dying.
Temperature high.
We good? Didn't die? That was close. I accidentally turned it off somehow. I think left clicking on my suit, that's what it does. It turns off the AC. So gotta watch out. Alright, that's a little more damage. We're probably at like 2% health. So I can't afford to keep doing that. Gotta be really careful. Alright.
Cognition low.
Yep, that kills us. Whoops. Gotta reload. My bad, that's the second time I've done that. Okay, I think the saves are remarkably frequent. So yes, we are exactly where we left off. I'll turn the AC on. I'll do exactly what I was just doing. Let's try that again. Give me 1 duct tape. And we will store these things. These are some good lo-fi beats to chill to. Alright, there's that. We got the pipes. I don't need these pipes. For now, we're not doing the stuff outside. I'll get rid of the turbo guy. Not doing farming too. Get rid of this extra mining belt. We need pipes and we need the circuit. Let's go duct tape. And because I'm scared, I will save. Alright, you get healed. Big duct tape. You go to space. Alright, we cool? You get turned off. Save some power. Alright. Where was I? Fixing that shit, doing a little programming. Works for me. First, let's take off the suit and chill for a second. Alright, here I am. Can I plug you in through the wall, maybe? That's not gonna work. I'm gonna need to move this out, unfortunately. That's gross. Actually, I take that back. We could put a wall here, and then deconstruct this, and then reconstruct it. I think I want to do that just because I really want this in the wall. I want this to be... I don't want it out more. It's going to be ugly. This is a perfect spot for it. Okay. Let's start with programming real quick. Where is my laptop? Pause. Alright, let's make a new script. I'm going to get rid of all of these. We actually don't need any of the D values, I don't think. We just need the input and the output. Okay, and then we want max pressure is going to be 1800 or 18,000. Let's go ahead and delete all of this. I wish I could like drag up and delete. This is a lot of buttons. I'm working real hard right now. Okay. So we'll start with our basic boring, basic super boring boilerplate of just like a main loop that yields, loads variables, and goes to main with nothing in it. We've got our temp. No. We have V pressure. It's going to be this one. We'll say it's V output pressure. Okay. So we've got our output pressure, and then we've got the what do we call this? What's this device called? Filtration. Filtration is on V14. All right. So we load the input pressure. We load the output pressure. And then we decide whether or not we're going to turn this on. Okay, 15, 14, 13, input, output, filtration is on. Good. And this is all done just used on basically the self. So load into V input pressure. dB is self, the current device. And this is input pressure. No, I think it's pressure input. Yeah. Load the output pressure is dB pressure output. Okay, this is going to, so we got the input, we got the output. And then we're going to do similar logic to what we did where we were turning on the vents outside, where it's like an AND statement. So let's write that out. We'll say V filtration is on. It's going to be equal to input pressure greater than Oh, that doesn't matter at all, actually. We don't give a fuck about input pressure. It's just going to be output pressure. Input pressure goes. Let's keep this at 15. We're not going to care. We're going to assume it's full enough. Ooh. I take that back. I take that back, and let's add one thing to this. The input pressure. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm thinking instead of doing like just a vent here, we could actually pump it in really cheap and easy with a vent. So instead of a passive vent, we can use an active vent. We can trigger it to turn it on at the appropriate time, is what I'm thinking. Which means we are going to have one device plugged in here. So we'll say alias d input vent, or maybe even just d vent. I'm going to say input vent. Input vent is equal to D0. So we have D0 and D1. We'll use D0 as input vent. Input pressure, output pressure, filtration is on. Okay. So we will load the pressures. Load V input pressure is dB pressure input. Okay, filtration is on. Then we'll have alias V vent is, or input vent is on R12. Okay, so we load input pressure, we load output pressure, and then we say the min input pressure is going to be 2000 maybe. Something like that. Put 2 megapascals in there so that when the filter's running, it's always got high pressure. Instead of having like the normal atmosphere pressure of 100 kilopascals, we'll have 2000 pascals in there. Kilopascals, which is going to be much better. Min input pressure 2000. Define max input pressure. Let's say so 2 to 5000 maybe. Let's do something like this. And then max output pressure. Okay, so we're defining our variables and our constants. This should work more or less, I think. So we'll say V input vent is on is going to be equal to actually we don't even need to comment this at all. Let's say set less than the input vent is on is if the V input pressure is less than min input or less than max input pressure. Okay, so it's going to turn the vent on if we're below max input pressure of 5000. It's always going to be trying to get to 5000. And then we don't want to turn on the filtration unless we're above the min input. And that's one where we might want to comment a little bit. So we'll say V filtration is on is going to be equal to the V out or input pressure is greater than min input pressure, and the output is less than max. I'm gonna run out of characters. That's gross. That's fucking nasty. Or something like that, maybe. Alright, so what does that look like? We move into the filtration. It's going to be exactly like we did outside. Filtration is on. It's going to be a 1 hard-coded. And then we'll say branch relative if greater than, or no, let's start, yeah. Branch relative if less than the input pressure min input pressure 2. Move the filtration is on. Goes to 0. That is not right. Copy paste. Okay. So we're going to hard code it to 1, and then branch relative if less than. If the input pressure is less than the... oh no, this isn't right, is it? Branch relative greater than. Okay, so branch relative if greater than. If the input pressure is greater than the minimum input pressure, then we're going to keep it as a 1. So we'll keep the filtration on if we're above the minimum input pressure, which is what we're looking for. And then we also need to make sure that the output pressure isn't too high. So branch relative less than the output pressure is going to be max output pressure. It's going to be 2. And the same thing of move the filtration is on being a 0. Okay. So again, coming down through here, the input vent being on is just if the pressure of the input is less than max input pressure. So it's always going to be shooting for 5,000. And then our filtration is on. Set that to 1. We're going to say branch relative if greater than. So if our input pressure is greater than the min input pressure, then we're going to skip this. Otherwise, if we're less than the minimum input pressure, set it to 0. Flip it to 0 so that we don't turn this on unless the minimum pressure is high enough. Okay, that seems good. Branch relative less than the output pressure. So if our output pressure is less than the max output pressure, then we're going to skip it and keep it at 1. So this is doing our AND clause here that we're looking for, more or less. Make sense? Maybe. Maybe if you're a fucking nerd. This is going to be called Atmos. What do we want to call it? Filtration? With vent? I don't like that name, but we're going to do it. Export. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And all that took 0 seconds as we were paused. Drink. They're getting ads. I'm gonna eat a bite of food while they watch ads. Ads are over. No more ads. I forgot. This is all set up nicely, but it's not quite done yet. Pause one more time. So we're computing all our variables correctly and then doing absolutely nothing. It's just computing and then looping and then computing and then looping, but not actually turning anything on or off. So we want to say, now that we have our variables loaded, we'll say set the input vent D input vent. Good catch. To the input vent is on. Okay, so we'll say set the input vent on value to V input is on. Good. And then we need to do for the filtration device, the self, that's going to be set dB. It's not on. It's like active or setting. I forget. Does anyone know? There's some setting here that's for like turning the thing off. Turning. I can take a look in a second. Actually, let's take a look. We've got the filtration. What do we got here? Might be mode. I'm thinking we don't want to do on, because if we do on, then when it turns itself off, it'll stop running and the program will stop completely, right? So we don't want to do on. There's a setting for like running basically. And I think that might be mode, but I'm not sure. Could be setting, could be mode. Let's see if there's anything that's obvious in here. Most of this is just like getting the various ratios of like whatever gases you'd want to take a look at. So that's what most of this jazz is. All right, I'm thinking it's either mode or setting, and we can play with that easily. It doesn't really matter too much. We'll figure it out. Does it say? Yeah, this is just generic. A variable setting that could be read or written. Mode. Integer state for mode. One of these is on or off. We'll play with it. We'll figure it out. Okay, so let's start with setting. We'll do that and hope it's it. This is going to be V filtration is on. All right, so there's that. We need to get it all plugged in. We need to get an oxygen filter. We need to get an active vent. How am I doing? I'm chilling. I ate. I drank. I'm good. Let's go. Oxygen. Medium. 2 of these, please. And any active vents to spare? Active vent. I also need a wall. And some spray paint. Need one wall, need one of these. One of these. And one glass. Okay. There's our oxygen. Alright, let's go in there and fix this. So we're filtering oxygen. Those are the filters there. I need to know what tile to play with from the outside. So we're going to color that pink. Make it more obvious. And then we want to throw a wall down here. Good. And we'll make that out of glass for fun. Probably shouldn't have done glass. I'm just going to delete this in a moment. Okay, that goes there. And then we will have the active vent as well. Just going to go right here where this guy lives. Okay. And this one needs to be labeled. This is our filtration vent. Okay, this goes inward. There. Power. Okay, that'll come down. I want to do it this way? Sure, who cares? Doesn't matter. Cables are cheap. Okay, so this is plugged in now. We'll go delete that. Give it power. Turn it on. Almost. Need to empty some stuff too. I'm gonna save. I feel like something's gonna explode. I'm gonna save it every turn before the explosions. Alright, so we're running here. I'm gonna grab the wrench. We're gonna get rid of the purple guy. Pink guy. That is going. Oh, we don't even need to do that at all. You can you can see the cords. Okay. That's convenient. This guy can go that way. You just plug like straight in there. That connects right away. That's fun. Okay, so we didn't need to do shit here. We're good. There we go. So now that's plugged in. That's got power. How's our power? 1. Not good. Should turn stuff off more. Conserve power a little. It's probably just this system is taking more of a power draw than I expected. Plus these guys always going is not great. How much does the pressure regulator take? 100 watts. Okay. So just this guy chilling is 100 watts at all times. That's not good. That's pretty fucking expensive. How much does an active vent take? Or, yeah, what does a vent take? Powered vent is 250 watts? That's a big one. Active vent. This is the littler one. 100 watts too. So this is the same, just having this thing chilling is the same cost as if we were running an active vent at all times, which is not great. I think each of these generates like 500 at perfect. So 100 watts is a pretty big draw. Anyway, where were we? Dying slowly. Aren't we all, when you think about it? Okay, that's done. That's done. It's gonna be pink now forever until I change it. That actually bothers me a lot, if only for inconsistency. 1 pink tile just to fuck with you, really. I'm gonna turn you on, you're gonna break, it's gonna provide the IntelliSense so that we can see these things. We're gonna say you are the filtration vent. Okay, so that's plugged in, and then we can shut it. Now this goes here. Alright, I'm gonna save. We're gonna start by emptying this guy. So let's do that. You do infinite pressure, and then I turn you on, and that's gonna slurp this guy to 0. So we want to start by making sure there's nothing in these tanks. These tanks need to be at 0. And I'm going to take my suit off, take my hat off, my suit off. I need to get both the tanks out. Hopefully that's not going to overpressure the room. I don't think so. Okay, you're empty? Nope. Soup. Soup is good. Almost done. There it is. Empty. Empty and closed. Staying at 0. That's what I like to see. I'm gonna throw you on the I'm gonna throw you on the floor. Alright, same thing with this one. Real quick, I'm gonna save just in case explosions. Same story. Let's empty both of these since they both have bad gas in them. And as long as the external pressure is below 300 kilopascals, there should be no explosions. Seems like it's not causing trouble to the dude. I wonder if it affects his unhappiness. I know it will, it'll make plants struggle or die. But I'm not a plant. So hopefully we're good. I'm a cat. Alright, we can actually turn this on now and see if it's working. So let's get this. It's just going to pump straight into this guy to start. I'm going to save. I'm going to say on. That turns on. That turns off. That's good. This is running like it should. I want to see this run until this is at the right level. And then it should stop. Which is what, 18? Nope. Nope. Stop. Stop. Okay. So I think I did setting. Maybe setting is not what we want. Maybe mode is what we want. Let's throw this out. Put it in here. Edit. Let's say instead of doing setting, let's do mode. I think it is mode now that I think about it. Okay. Export. Put it in. And we should see this not run. Right? We're gonna explode. You chilling. We're chilling. Okay, so 21 megapascals. That's a little higher than we want. The pipe's fine. It doesn't care. So this is working. This is correct. If it fixed this to 21, this isn't turning on because it doesn't need to. Then this is at 0. So now we can turn this off. We can reroute this guy. And say you go. I'm going to leave that just in case. I don't think we're ever going to need it, but sure. Put that there. And then that should start filling here. This should turn on again. You can see it's working. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. And then this guy is now filling with pure oxygen. Unless it's not. There it is. Pure oxygen. Good. Okay, so this is working as intended. Now we're going to have pure oxygen. It's a little warm right now. But other than that, it's looking good. Alright, that was just a little side quest there. We had to deal with that because the suit kept killing me. I'm going to edit, and then we can save this one too. Alright, call that good, and close you. Good. My headset's dying. One sec. I'll swap out the battery. There it goes. Pew pew. Oh, too cold? It's okay. Too cold better than too hot. You go here. You go here. Okay, cool. That's good. And then all we need is this carbon dioxide filter. The others are unnecessary now. Good. That's a little bit of progress. It's kind of a nice little upgrade. Just had to do it to not die. Are we good? Anything else to do in here? Fixed my shit. No longer dying. In theory. Off we go. And we're out of power. I'm trapped. This is where I live now. What time is it? What day is it? Let me go from this prison? Shit. What have I done? I gotta go. Are we just waiting for the sun here? Is the sunrise, sunset? I see a little bit of color. It looks dark. I can't tell if it's getting darker or lighter. I don't think this is midday. I think if we were collecting power, it would be... I would be able to move here. Should be going up. Maybe we need to like turn this off for a bit. Let's turn that off. Unfortunate. What happened to the music? My everything's breaking. There it is. Alright, where was I? What am I doing? I'm trapped in a prison. Do I need to do something about this, maybe? I might need to rewind the save just a little bit. I don't want to. I don't know, I'm just waiting for the solar panels to kick on, but I'm not sure if they are, and I think they might be tilted in such a way that they're not going to collect power. Uh-oh. How long do I sit here? I'm wasting time. I gotta go. I got places to be. Okay, well, we're definitely in the day, and it's definitely not collecting sun. I think I have to rewind, unfortunately. Gotta save scum a bit here. We're trapped. We could, like, forcefully open and close doors. Actually... we could forcefully open and close doors, fix everything. Only lose a teeny bit of oxygen, and then pump it all back into the room. That's a little bit of a pain. Let's see if we can rewind. What do we got here? We got an autosave. Not sure if this one is when we're hosed. Let's try this really quick. This is when I saved. This is right when I was turning it on. Okay, so let's do this. I can load that autosave too. Save a minute or two. But I'm thinking we just go slower in turning this on to make sure we got power first. How am I on air and stuff? I have 0 air. Okay, let's try and load the other one. See where that's at. Hopefully it's in time that we can save some power. But I might have to lose a whole 3-4 minutes. Not a big deal. If I was brave, I wouldn't save scum and I'd just deal with it. But I really don't want to lose any oxygen. Alright, we're chilling here. You're off and we're out of power. Okay, so we do have to go back more. Losing 4 minutes. We still have the code, though. The code should be remembered. That's saved into the library through saves. So let's get a little bit of oxygen then. And then go outside and fix the solar panels once we can breathe. Edit. This. Overwrite. Confirm. Export. Boom, 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 boom. Turn this on for a minute. It should start working. Okay, it is. Turn it off. I already have no power? Fuck me, dude. Did I load the wrong one? Uh-oh. I think this is fine. This is fine. I'm going to load the latest one. I'm going to forcefully open and close the things. I'm going to swap out the batteries and then slurp all that air back in. That's not a problem. It's very mildly obnoxious, but we're not going to have to lose anything. Okay. So here we are. We're just where I was about to leave the base. Everything's looking good. This is working correctly. We're out of power. So I'm going to do this. We'll close this guy. With our hands, we'll open this guy and leak a shitload of oxygen into here. But if we swap out the battery, everything starts working again. Turn this vent on, and we pump this guy to vacuum. So all that air is going right back in. And then I can take a look at the solar panels. I think aren't working, right? That's our trouble. Yeah, it's fucking midday, and they're not pointing the right way at all. Did I, like, burn a something? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna close. We have a teeny bit of air in here we're gonna waste if I do this. I gotta wait a second. Yeah, let's not just give away oxygen. I'm gonna chill for a moment. Doesn't take long for this to go down. Our solar tracker's not working. I think maybe I busted a wire. Maybe, I don't know. I got no idea. I gotta make that work. That's important. It seems like it's running out of power during the night in a bad way. I think I do need that logic for working during the night. Or, orienting for the morning, I mean. Not working in the night. Noting the night and avoiding it. I believe we're gonna fix our shit. We're close. We're close. We're power starved. Just turn off anything that could be using power, basically. Or are you guys working now? Now they're working, right? Now they're pointing the right way. Are they? Are you moving? Show me movement. I'm not touching anything. I want to see you moving. Okay, I do see them moving. They're flickering as they move. Alright, so solar tracker's working. We don't need to go outside. We're pumping the vacuum. It'll only take a moment. I still want to go look at that. What's going on there? Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Just waiting for vacuum. How much does the suit take? 50 watts? That's not too bad. But just having that on there is costing 50 watts. Let's just turn it on for one moment and fill up our jetpack. Turn it off again. Up to 4,200 there. That's nice. Getting better. It's so slow. I'm not in a rush. Let's put things away. Clean up. This can stack somewhere, right? There? Ooh, that's cool. It changes colors. I didn't know that. Useful. Can go there. I don't need any spray paint anymore. Spray paint goes away. Goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Empty the inventory. Alright, we got propellant. We have a better source of oxygen, although that needs to be turned on. I'm still just waiting to head back in. Alright, what else? What next? So that was all an interruption from getting this going. Another thing we can do, let's change the suit filtration. We have no more chance of pollutant or nitrogen in our system since it's pure oxygen. So we will do just the CO2 filters for now. That's the only thing we're ever going to be filtering out unless something goes wrong. It's pretty slow. It's got to pump this huge room to vacuum. Takes a few minutes. Start plugging this guy in. Alright, so I'll have some wire going to here. Let's put a transformer. Transformer. So we'll set this up so all this furnace stuff is on a single transformer. And then we can turn it on or off to save power. Gonna keep saving power here. Alright, so we'll say right here, be the spot for it. That's just fine. Turn that up to max. It'll take as much as it needs. Shouldn't be crazy. And then plug it in. Am I out of cable? I am. Give me more cable. Cable. Need to cook some of this copper. Can I do that now? Do you have anything in you? You do not. Your temperature is mediocre, but I think enough for copper. Yeah? Yeah, let's get some copper. Turn that into cables for me, please. Thank you. So the furnace takes a pretty good amount of power. And the fact that we have these two turbo pumps going constantly in and out is a big power draw. We're going to want to be careful with that. We're only going to want to run it when we're using it until we have a ton of power to spare, and maybe not even then. But let's get this plugged in. So we now have this transformer that we'll use to control it, and come over here and turn stuff on whenever we want to. Is that not working? It should be. Oh yeah, you need to be on. There it is. Then come over here, turn everything on, and this is also where we'll put all our switches and dials and whatnot. And then we're going to need some consoles too. Alright, how are we doing? Is it vacuum yet? No. This is going so slow. So slow. Oh, here come ads. Oh no. Ads, I'm sorry. I was thinking, why is the temperature getting so hot? This is taking all the heat from the furnace and dumping it in our air room, which is just about the dumbest thing I could have possibly done. Nice. It's a good move, Self. Alright, we need switches and buttons and things and stuff. Gonna need chutes as well. How's your power? Totally full. That's not chutes. Your chutes. Chutes, please. Shoot. Alright, are we finally down to vacuum? Nope, almost. But not quite. It's getting too hot though. I don't even want this. I'm gonna turn you off, turn you on. Let's pump that out into space. It's collected too much heat. Are we back? Are the ads finally over? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There's so many ads. Alright, let's turn this thing on again. Let it do its thing. Start slurping some power. Alright. Are we good? Anything else gonna kill me soon? It's always the battle of what's gonna kill me next. I think we're okay. I think we're in an okay spot for now. Alright, let's go get those turbo pumps plugged in and get them labeled. Let's keep this, let's get the wire out there as well. Let's run the wire through the wall. Alright, the sun is coming up. How bad are the solar panels? What's your solar irradiance value? Ah. Alright, I'm gonna flip one of these. Where's my flippy boy? There it is. Once you touch the sun, we only need one of these to touch the sun, and they all turn, and we collect it. Okay, so I think the problem here is that this is not turning on properly in the morning. We're wasting all our electricity at night, and then they're not angled right for the morning. And we have to wait until like late in the day for them even to catch the sun enough to be able to orient themselves. So this does need some work. This needs to be programmed until it works properly. Also, it looks like they are not getting like any battery power coming through. These are definitely generating power. 93% efficiency, 94. Okay, so it's tracking. 95. This is not charging at all. Is that just going like straight into here? Going straight into the... I would expect that it would go this way first, but it doesn't look like it. We could do some more cable to force that, I think. That might be worth doing real quick. Let's just real quick cut that. We'll do a rotated one here. This is getting a little janky. We're gonna redo all of this someday. It's too low. We'll do it higher in the sky. Anyway, let's take this. Let's plug it in this way. Okay. And it goes this way. So first in line should be this guy. And then next it will go this way. Is that gonna work? Are you going up? 13. I want to see you go to 14. Show me 14. Do it! Do it! 12. Fuck me. Alright. It's not happy for some reason. I'm gonna have to work on that. That's okay. Let's move this. We will say you go this way. Or do we want to flip it? I could do like one here, probably. Would work okay. Or maybe like this. Okay, so that goes in. That can go out. Then this one can move one slot. I don't want to do that. I'm going to do that just to keep this out of the way. Okay. I could go... Nope, wrong way. My bad. I had it right the first time. There it is. Alright, so we have our... What is this? Cold? Cold. Cold pump. We have our hot pump. We have our exhaust pump. Okay, and then those will all... Those not quite done, but that's progress. Nine. Is this just going down? That feels weird. I wonder if, like, the transformer has a higher demand, or the battery has a higher demand somehow. We could also take the power coming out of this and plug it in there. That works. I don't like any of this. This all feels funny. Okay, let's do it that way. It's pretty gross, but sure. So, okay. You go here. You go up. So this is our big main power line. Okay, you go this way. And then cut that. Cut that. You go here. So now the power goes straight into here. This is the main line of power coming out, which will go into here, and that gets removed. So now this is just another extension of the main line of power, which means it will draw from the battery, and it will 100% be going up now. 12, 13, okay. So that'll do. I think that might have been the issue. That was never charging at all. It wasn't just that it was running dead in the night. That is a little bit of a waste of power. But I think the battery and the transformer get priority one way or another. I don't know how the game logic works out there, but it looks like that's what was happening. And we weren't getting any charge to probably the most critical thing we need charged. So that'll help. Okay. That should fix power. Whew. Game is tricky. And then, yes, that's finally going up to 2 now. Okay. With that, we can do the trading. We still have some machines running, too. All right. We're getting it. We're getting there. One thing at a time. I feel like I've been trying to do this, the furnace for like the last 2 hours, and I just keep getting new problems cropping up. That's okay. We're surviving. What do we got here? Which is the in and which is the out? What are you? I think it's in here. And then out here. In fact, I'm certain this is in because it's open and ready for stuff, and that one's closed. So this is all going to be, this is going to be in a room. This will be an oxygenated room someday. And we don't want to touch this at all. I want to be able to see it, but I don't want to touch it. And I guess we can just like run up and reach through if we really need to. But we want to give it an input and an output. So I'm going to do that now. Let's do an input. Let's do a glass one here, so we can see stuff going in. There we go. That's good. And then let's go straight. It'd be fun to make it out of Windows, but it's also a little expensive. Okay, 2 windows. Window here, window here. And then straight. Alright, so this is going to be an input, and then the output will get spit out over here as well. The reason I'm zigzagging it is if we ever want to run a bunch of stuff through here, then we can just like start throwing shit in, and it'll still be okay. That's kind of the idea. It's nice to have like a little bit of a queue that you can set up. This is probably excessive, but chutes aren't very expensive. We don't need a ton here. This is a relatively small construction project. So that's probably worth doing. Are you steel? You are. Do you even have iron? I don't even know. Oh, I remember that needs to be steel. Okay. Let's cook a little iron. Open that. Let that cook. I'm gonna cook all of this iron. Oh shit, I paused chat. Oh no! I'm so sorry, I accidentally scrolled. I've been missing chat forever. What did I miss? I see some debating. I see some debating between the other streamers on who's the coolest dude. Set it on the ground and open it. I don't even know what we're talking about. Oh, the air. You're right. I should have just opened it and then finished pumping it to empty. I didn't need to slowly pump it. That would have saved 2 or 3 minutes. That's a good point, thank you. Too late now, though, whoopsie. Alright, throw some air in here. Is that going to make it hot enough to make steel, or iron, I mean? Jumping fast. But it might be a little too low, might be too late in the day. There it is. Good. Off. Throw that in here. Let it get split. Give me some shoots. Alright, we're getting closer. We got an input, almost. We'll get an output soon. We got some pumps, kinda. We need to get those wired in. And then we need a little bit of programming for switches. That's pretty much it. There's not a ton to do here. How are those cables? More cables. Love cables. We need the switches. That's the, I think, just plain old, boring old switch, right? A little bit of copper. Copper doesn't need heat. Or at least not much heat. Alright, how many switches are we going to need? We're going to need a hot switch. We're going to need a cold switch. We're going to need a exhaust switch. We're going to need an activate switch. 4 switches. And then we're going to need a fuel switch. 5 switches. This is 2, 3, 4. This will be 5. How's our battery power? When do I get to buy? I want to buy a pill so bad. I want to buy the food that makes me healthy. Space spices, I doubt this is it, but might as well call them in since it's fast and easy. You can come on in, we'll see what you got. Let's try moving this the other way a little bit. Let's change our direction. Let that run for a minute. There's our 5 switches. Okay. Those are going to be on the floor, I believe. Is this the right orientation? No, I like it the other way. This should be the on orientation. There. Does that line up? It does, okay. Alright, now we're going to need more paint. I want different colors here. I would like black. Black will be exhaust. I want, let's leave that there for a second. I want red is going to be fuel. I want orange is gonna be the hot tank. I want blue is gonna be the cold tank. I want green is gonna be activate. Alright, let's go color some stuff. Let's go play Bob Ross. Alright, so we'll say, let's say exhaust over here. We'll do hot tank, cold tank, fuel. Or let's do it this way. Let's do fuel, hot tank, cold tank, activate, exhaust. Color coding helps. It's pretty much all we're going to have to guide us when we're using it. It's going to make it way easier. What am I missing here? The green one? This is alright. Just activate on the far left, activate wherever. Okay. So we'll flip this switch to add fuel, which we can't do for a while. We'll flip this switch to add hot. We'll flip this switch to add cold. We'll flip this switch to empty the furnace. We'll flip this switch when we're ready to activate and like release whatever's inside. It's nice, instead of just doing like the pull to shoot, you put it on a switch and then you compute what's going on in there. You don't allow it to pull the switch until it has actually achieved the recipe you're looking for. Is a good way to do that. So that'll just prevent us from accidentally making like reagents instead of making something useful. And more than that, there's a few recipes out there where like you have to achieve an extremely minor pressure for it to work. So this will automate it basically. We can like say activate, and then we can just kind of exhaust stuff until it hits the right spot, and then we're good from there, if that makes sense. All right, what about in and out? Let's say the in can be here. Okay, there's our inlet, and that will go straight into here. Or will it? Let's go up from here. Go straight up, then over. We will redo this real quick. Okay, so now we can just dump stuff in here, and it'll queue up to go in. We need something similar for out. It doesn't need to snake nearly as much. We can just come right on out. So that will come up. Let's go to the center. I want to put a glass one here. Okay, give me the straight curve. There it is. Towards me, good. And then we can do a longer straight. There we go. Cool. All right, and that's still not enough, but it's close. All right, so you click all the buttons. It comes out here. We need like one more. There it is. Okay, there you go. So you throw stuff in, you use the buttons to manage it. When it's done, it comes out here, and all that can be remote controlled from a gas, like a normal oxygenated room. We can just like hang out in this spot with our suit off someday, not today, and then manage our furnace, which will be living in a little vacuumed 1x1. That's the plan. That's the dream. Seems good. I needed to keep doing the... I need to get those wired and put a little bit more of the insulated pipes on it. We also need to get an exhaust for our furnace setup. I remember I wanted to catch nitrogen from that. Not sure if we want to do that right now. Might want to do that another day. Alright, we still good on mats and stuff? Still can't call in any help? What's this guy got? We just called in a dude. Do you have a pill for me? I want to eat the pill. Let me eat the Healy pill, please. You gotta... Ooh, this guy looks promising. Nope. He's got food. We don't really need food. I could buy a cake. Could buy a cake. I'm gonna buy a cake. Other than that, nothing I want from him. We could sell cans, but they're too cheap, and then he wants food, which I still don't want. Okay, so off you go. And then we have a cake. Okay. Alright, so all of these need to be plugged into the same network. Can that not go? Oh, that's hitting the furnace. Problematic. You too? You are also hitting the furnace. So these need to be like one tile out to avoid hitting the furnace. That's not a huge problem. Let's redo this part a little bit. Okay, get the drill. Move these guys. Alright, so instead of going like sideways, let's go out this way. And that should solve the problems. Okay, so we have those. And then we need one more for exhaust. How's this? Will this work? Should. So that's the exhaust that goes out. Then these are in. And here comes the sun doo-doo-doo-doo. This one goes this way. This is our exhaust going out. And then we have both of these need to plug in. We got the hot and the cold. So just go over here. Here's cold. Okay, and hot can go this way. And already we should probably be using spray paint here. Start marking stuff to make it easier to work with. Maybe that's a problem for tomorrow, me. One tile short.
Critical.
Looking good. Getting closer. I want to turn this on. We need to see this thing work. That's my goal for the day. That's progress. That and maybe eat one of those pills. Give me a pill. I want to throw this into the ocean. Come to the ocean. Oh, this is going to take too long. Get out of here. Good enough. Okay. Getting warm. Let's go home. We are home. Anything to see on the network? We've got Space Alloy. Cosmic Crush is water. That's important. Space Alloy, 17 minutes. Okay, so we can call both of these in and see what they got. Alloy could be useful. On the one hand, Alloy could be useful. On the other hand, we're extremely close to being able to produce our own. Still, I take that back. If we buy minimal alloy, we could use that to craft more advanced things like a more advanced hard suit. Or if we could get the goggles to let you see through the ground, that would be extremely useful. A hard suit and X-ray vision. Definitely going to be valuable here. Cosmic Crunch almost done. I need to eat and drink. Let's start the other one first. This is almost done. Done. Call you in, and you come down for landing. Good. Okay. We're dying slowly. Let's not. Where's my food? Where's that cake? Delicious. We eat the chocolate cake. Up next comes the vanilla cake. Keeping the food going. Need water. Oh, these are running low. I think we're out of water. Yeah, we're out of water. This is a great time to call in the water, dude. We literally just ran out of water. Like right now. Okay. Works for me. Good timing. Holy shit. Swap out the air. Do a little air conditioning. Chill for a sec. Out of power on our lamp. It's not a problem. Let's chill it off. The colder the air is in here, the colder the air is in our air tank when we're outside, and the easier it is to keep us cold. So down towards 15 or 10 even would probably be nice. Don't mind pulling it down a bit. I want to throw that shitty battery into space. Doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. Where's my suit? In my hands. Always. Close that. Get that air out. Feels so dark and scary. There it is. One of the so when we have a little room to breathe, a little more, one of the first things we want to do is just add like lights and color. The big gray box is honestly depressing. It's surprising how different the game feels when you just like add colored tiles on the wall. It looks so much better. So that's the thing we'll do. Not yet though. Alright, what you got for me? You're the water guy, right? Water guy? No? Oh, fuck. You're supposed to be the water guy. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, worst case, we can drink our radiator until we're ready to go. He wants a hard mining backpack. We can make those, right? I'm gonna make a hard mining backpack real quick. That's easy money. Let's get a hard mining backpack. Let's kick him away, and then let's look for traders before we run out of water and die. Hard mining backpack, steel Invar. Oh my god, I might just have to make him go away. Are you Invar? Okay, I'm just gonna send you to Space Guy. Get out of here. Do we see anything new? Anything different? Alloy guy can come down soon. Let's change where we're looking there on the horizontal dial. Let's tell this guy to go away. I thought you were gonna be water, dude. I need water, dude. Get out of here. Make room for water, dude. Alright, I need insulated pipes for the construction outside. You can never have too many insulated pipes. This will make like 40. That's fine. We can make that disappear right away. Space alloy guy can come in. I'm gonna trade the traders. One goes out, one comes in. We could buy some alloys maybe. Do I want to buy alloys? In particular, I want the goggles. Give me those goggles. Lenses. Steel, silicon, Inconel. Silicon, steel, Inconel. Okay. Will you sell me Inconel? No, you're the basic bitch who's only got the bottom tier stuff because you're a 3x3. That's okay. You do buy easy materials. Might want to do that. We got money. This is easy money. I might do it. I might sell him some more. Anything new in here? Cosmic Crush, no. Alloy, no. This is on, right? Turn the power down a little. Okay, that's not great for us. Where are you aiming? Just keep tilting it. Goes up to like 36. Just rotate it a bit. Alright, you like ore. I'm gonna feed you a little bit of ore. We got some ore to spare. Not gonna give a huge amount. But let's give away a little bit of this. I want to fix this breathing man's breathing. That's top priority. I'm tired of breathing. Too much breathing. I've been breathing for years. I've had enough of it. Alright, I'll sell him some stuff and tell him to go away. Anything else available? No? Good enough? Alright, we'll send him away, and that was a quick like 500 or so. It's a little more water if we find the water guy. Alright, anything new popping up? No? It's bad? Uh-oh. It's bad. Let's go all the way to like 35. Okay. So insulated pipe could run this way. I might want to make the atmospheric thing real quick too. That's pretty cheap and easy. Takes more copper. Copper is easy to cook. Oh, and I gotta finish. Damn it, I missed it again. I gotta cook that steel, but I keep missing my opportunity. This is why we need the furnace set up. Infinite access to warm air. We're so close. Very, very close. Alright, get that atmospheric going. We're gonna need one insulated tank as well. Just one tank. Can we afford it? Need a little steel. There, that'll do. Okay. Alright, and then we're gonna need an IC chip for it. So looks like that's ready to go. Okay. Then finally, we need one passive vent to be able to exit all this. Oh, what do I see? Sprouts. Are sprouts water? Or are sprouts food? This is important. I need to know. I'm gonna consult the Google via ChatGPT, the only way to Google things now. Stationeers, period. What does stellar sprouts sell water? I'm guessing this is just seeds. Yes. They're a hydroponic trader that buys water. Do they sell water, you absolute fuck? They can sell water. Okay. Alright. Come on, dude. You just gonna give me a big maybe? Do better, ChatGPT. I don't, so we have a 5x5. Turning it into a 6x6 is going to be a pain in the ass. I'd rather do a 7x7 or even a 9x9 so that we could have, like, the maximum space that we're ever going to need. Otherwise, I can just stick with 5x5 for now. It's not just like we add the outer edge. We have to redo all of it. Just a fucking pain. So, even though we could get that done in 20 minutes, I'm not so sure we want to. We might need to. I'm tempted to consult the Google myself. If that has water, that's probably worth the chore, because we're going to run out of water and have trouble soon. We can pull out the coolant and plug it in here and be able to drink our coolant, and we're not going to be able to cool anymore, and that only buys maybe a half an hour. It's not a lot of time that's going to buy. So we got to be kind of careful here. Alright. We got our IC chip. We got our stuff and our things that we need. Is power good? You slurping power? Power's fine. Power's much better now that things are rewired a little bit. Alright, let's go do a teeny bit of crafting out here and get this closer to done. Or at least, like, clear out our inventory. Okay, so we'll have, this is our exhaust. Just come out this way. We will do a filtration device here. Seems good. I wish I could, like, flip it. I guess we could do it this way. That's kind of gross. Oh well, let's do that. And then that will go this way. We'll run this away just a little bit in case it, like, is letting off fire. I don't want to accidentally burn my shit. So we'll just let it go here. And then passive vent on this side. If it flamethrowers, it's going to be out into space where it's not a problem. But that'll do. This needs to go down and in. This is our exhaust tank. Okay. We needed one here. Alright, so this is more or less plugged in. We need to wire it up. We need to give it the logic. It needs pipes and stuff for that. And then also, I forgot, we wanted to do this. How does this work? Unfiltered, filtered. I got this backwards. That's okay. You go here. So this one goes here. This is our filtered. Goes here, like that. And then this one goes this way. This is gross. We're doing it quick and dirty here to not die. I don't like this. I'll probably adjust it in the future. But this is the filtered one is going to be the nitrogen, goes into here. Unfiltered is going to be else, which will go there. Okay, so that seems good. That's right. Alright, what about water? I think I'm gonna consult the Google here. We're gonna pause real fast and take a look at that. If we don't get water, we die. Not good. Need to do that. Pause. Google, what you got to say for me, Google? Stationeers. Stellar Sprouts. Traders. Stellar Sprouts. Alloy Trader, Food Trader, Hydroponic Trader, Gas Trader, Liquid Trader. Stellar Streams. Where's Stellar Sprouts? Stellar Sprouts. Who sells water? Stellar Sprouts is a hydroponics trader. What does that mean? Does a hydroponics trader do water? Does anyone know how to play this game? I'm working on it. Let's see. General trader, liquid trader. Where's my hydroponics trader? I should be doing this here. Give me 1 second. Stationeers, Stellar Sprouts. Okay, so they're hydroponics only. What does a hydroponics trader sell? It's the only place that has that? Come on, motherfucker. Are you serious? So these are the ones we want more than anything. I don't know what they sell. No? Nothing? Reddit is the worst. Just want to throw that out there. Okay. Seed buy, gas cell, liquid cell for Stellar Sprouts. Okay. That gives me hope. I'm gonna do a save. I think I want to go for that. Can we bring this guy in? Ooh, it requires a huge amount of power for a long time. Oh my fuck. Ouch. Ooh, we can't even do that. We literally can't afford to bring it in. This is a large one, not a small. We need a large dish to be able to even summon this dude. So that is not going to happen. Let's turn the power down. Let's change this guy. We're going to have to wait for another day. I think this... I'm not sure if we can get the cryo chamber set up, but this actually might be a use case. The cryo chamber will freeze your food and water intake. It puts you to sleep. So maybe we can't heal, but maybe we can AFK. If, like, absolute worst case, I can, like, AFK, run the clock for, like, 30 minutes, and then check the traders, and then run the clock for 30 minutes, check the traders. Like, we could just keep checking every day until we get water. That is going to be something that I would want to do off camera. That's going to be mostly me doing dishes in the other room. I've had to do that, like, once before. That's rough, but hopefully we don't need to go that far. We already called that guy. He sucked, right? Called that guy. He was not great either. That's moving. That's fine. All right, so what can I do then? Let's keep working on getting this thing set up, perhaps. Needed a couple pipes there, and I need filters for nitrogen. Nitrogen. Heavy filter we can't do. Nitrogen. Medium filter we can do. Let's get one of those, and I think I have one to spare right here, 93%. That'll do. Okay, so there's those. We need wires and pipes. We got the pipes. Got the wires. Alright. Getting sketchy again. We're re-entering sketchy territory. I thought we had more water than this. I don't know if they changed the rate that you're drinking water or what. But I had like 60 liters of water when I started the day today. And I've drank all of that already. So, excuse me, what the fuck? I wouldn't be surprised if in the harder version here, since we're doing like the most difficult version, it probably just like straight up drinks more water. Okay, there's that. With some nitrogen, put the weaker one in front. Need to program it and plug it in. So the programming for this is going to be almost identical to the last script that we did. I'm going to throw this one in here. We're going to open it up. We're going to say pause. It could be just 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to run some ads. Back in 1 second. All right. Where were we? Okay, so we're writing the code here for our atmospheric. This one is different than the last one. It's a little simpler. We've got the input pressure, no output pressure, no thing is on. We're going to say min input pressure can stay. There's no output pressure we're concerned with here. I guess we could programmatically protect from over pressurizing. Meh. That's a problem we'll deal with later. This is fine. It's going to take forever to fill that thing up, so I'm not worried. All right, let's see. Input pressure, filtration is on. Let's change that to 14. Min input pressure, let's turn this up to like 5,000. Let's say D... this doesn't happen anymore. Okay, so we're still keeping the filtration is on based on that filtration is on. We're going to have filtration is on is going to simplify quite a bit. Let's see. We'll delete everything that isn't connected properly. And then this is way simpler. Okay, so V filtration is on is equal to the V input pressure being greater than the min input pressure. Simple as that. So we load the input pressure from the pressure input. We say filtration is on as if the input pressure is greater than min input pressure. We'll buff that to 5,000. This is a really simple one. We'll call this filtration. Filtration for your filters. Something like that. Confirm. Export. I don't trust that it works until we see it working, but that should do it. Ooh, cool. And you can see that's liquid pollutant there starting to pile up a bit. Neat. So it's pulling in all the gas. It's turning into liquid, and then it's spraying out and getting captured on this tile. That's kind of fun. Alright, so this guy's good. We need some power here. I don't think it needs any sort of logic. We won't do that. Just power to keep the devices simpler as we're rotating through stuff. That'll turn on, and then it's not doing anything. It's just idle. So this isn't really taking any power. It's just chilling. It'll turn on when it needs to, when the pressure at the input is high enough. Okay. All of these need to be plugged in. Let's get them going. So that's going to go straight down, and then same thing on the other side. Straight down. Straight. 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 Over. Over. And one day we're going to need to add fuel to this as well. Again, a problem for future me. We can go up one higher maybe and do a fuel thingy if we want to. But this is good for now. Let's get some labels on these. This is our hot tank, which goes here. Hot pump. This is our cold pump. This is our exhaust pump. Okay, so we've got our hot pump, our cold pump, our exhaust pump. They're all plugged in. They go into there. The directions are correct already. What about the... how much are they putting through? They're at 50. I don't know if we need to do higher than 50. 50 is probably okay. Let's leave them at that and call it good. Alright, so these guys are now wired up. We have to automate them, but we can run these. We've got the exhaust set up to catch the nitrogen on the way out. Should allow us to start collecting that for an eventual cooling system. We have enough just here that we can start, if we get this wired in and programming, we can finally start using it. And over time, every day, every night, we've been collecting. So these hot tanks are fucking huge. This takes a long time. But you can see that they are hitting the correct pressure over time. Or they're slowly filling up. And you can see they have the right temperature. Cold tank is at 149. With the pressure brings the temp up a little. Hot tank is at 670. Okay. And we can use that to do all sorts of things. Alright, here comes the sun. Let's check on the traders and hide. My dude's getting thirsty. My dude's getting thirsty and I'm getting scared. What about those traders? What about those traders, though? You got any traders for me? Is this a thing? Are these both? We'll see. I don't think either of these is right, but maybe one of them will sell me something we need. Even if we just buy like a bottle of water, it would be good. Alright, let's keep working on the furnaces. We need an icy chip. Let's get one of those going. Then we're going to need a housing over here. All of these need to be plugged in. Oh, and I actually wired it wrong. No, I wired it right. Right? Yes, all of those pumps are connected to this circuit, which means all of them are off right now, which is what we want. Okay. Okay, so let's get these all plugged in. I don't think we need both sides. I'm gonna do both sides. Okay, so now this side has power. This side has power. So this goes into here. These guys need labels as well. You are... activate. Switch. You are... fuel. Switch. You are... hot. Switch. You are cold. Switch. You are exhaust. Switch. Okay. Get a housing for him. Go check on the trader and see what he's got for me. 13% on liquid. Oh, what am I doing? Whoops. Gotta bring him in. You, come. We'll get the seller source system dude coming in too, or at least get it all ready to go. Once that's done, we can turn this off to save power. Gotta wait for that guy to come in. Housing can live there. We'll do the one that only takes one wire. Plug it in. Okay. I need to do some programming for that one. Now, what do we have for inputs? We're gonna have a lot of inputs here. We have like 1, 2, 3, 3 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. We're gonna have 8 inputs, and we only have 6 slots. So I might want to have some of these not wired in, and instead they can come from like a hash code. We can look for the name activate switch as a device in the circuit, and then use that. So I think I will do that for the activate the switches, perhaps, and then the pumps can be wired in. But I'm getting ahead of myself just very slightly. Alright, let's see what's going here. See if we can get lucky and get some water before we die. 5%. I didn't realize we were running out. I should have been keeping an eye on that. This guy looks like he might have something. We can buy shitty bottles of water. Oh, here we go. Give me that. Thank you. That's a good catch. Okay, I'm gonna buy all 3 of these. We got some water. That'll buy us like an hour in game, which is a big deal, actually. And then I finally get to get rid of the breathing. Yay! Medical pill. I'm gonna buy an extra just in case. You go. Good. That does save the day. The essentials dude has essentials. Okay. What about this guy? Come on in. Is that gonna work? You coming? Yeah. There's my pill. Boom. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat the fuck out of you, dude. And we got water. Cool. Let's use these immediately. Suit goes off. Water. Are you ready? Are you listening? Are you listening? No more breathing. Hey, look at that. Hey, isn't that nice? Ooh, that only took about 20 hours. I've literally been dying for like 20 hours since the very beginning. I took a bunch of damage and I barely stayed alive. Wow. Never again. We got one extra pill if we need to. So one more time again, but I'll be upset. Alright, that's nice. That's progress. Let's go ahead and swap stuff out. Get the air filled. Do a little dance. Eat and drink. I forgot to, I have a spare water bottle in here, which is good. That means a little bit of time. Spare almost became necessary here. Ooh, and I should have eaten this one. That's my bad. Doesn't matter. We're good. Everything's good. Here we go. Pumped vacuum. And I already called in other dudes. Is there anything else to see if I turn this on and rotate it a bit? Is that going to give us something new and exciting that we can drink? You got waters? What's your name? Stellar Store. You look like garbage, dude. You got garbage. Why would I buy a microwave? Wants cables. Wants electric parts. Ship repair package. Nah. I'm gonna let this guy go. I want to see this furnace work. Let's see it. We're getting close. Anything new? No? Nothing new? You still rotating probably? Still rotating probably. Alright, we got our housing, we got our IC, we got everything plugged in. We got this guy all set up and ready. What else do we need? Ooh, Storm. We're gonna need to repair our solar panels. That's a thing we need. Not quite yet, but soon. And I think with the Storm, this stuff kind of stops working, so we'll shut that off. Alright. But now. Programming, maybe? Edit, pause. All right, let's clear stuff. Okay. What are we looking for? What variables are we going to have? We're going to have hot switch is hot pump is on. Alias v fuel pump is on. Exhaust pump is on. The hot fuel exhaust cold pump is on. R12 alias v activate switch is on. R11. Okay, this is progress. And then let's see, what do we have for variable or our inputs? We're gonna have alias D furnace. It's gonna be the most important obvious one. That's gonna be D0. And let's do the pumps here as well. Alias D hot pump. D1 alias D cold pump. D2 alias D exhaust pump. It's D3 alias D fuel pump. D4, and I'm going to comment this one out. We don't have this yet. Okay. All right. Now we need our hashes too. D let's see. Hot switch is going to be it's like a hash, right? If we do a hash, how do I do this? If I do something like this? No. I wonder if I need to hard code it. How do I read from these? So I'm looking to read based on the name. Let's take a quick look. I might need to Google this real fast too. That's probably going to save a minute. But let me see if I can just scroll through and have something jump out at me. Bunch of branching. Should be like a load, right? What about a load batch or something? One of these loads is probably it. Okay. Okay. LBN loads the logic type from all output network devices with the provided type and name hashes in the batch mode. So basically load by name, load batch name, load by name. What's load batch name S? Slot. Oh, geez. This is getting weird. Okay, well, I think this is it. So we have LBN, load batch name into a register. We're going to have a device hash. So this is just like the device hash is just going to be like the volume pump, turbo volume pump. Hash name is going to be whatever name we're interested in loading. And then we'll load the on value. In batch mode, doesn't matter at all because we're only going to be loading one device, so we could use 0 as average. That's fine. Okay. So let's get that in here. We're going to have, let's start with hot pump is on. Sure. So we will load by name into the hot pump is on. The hash is going to be turbo pump. And that's going to be the hash for the turbo pump, which is what this one. So you can do it by number, that ID number, or it's a little cleaner to do this. Something like this. Okay, I think this is it. Okay. So we can kind of reference it by name, and that's just a little cleaner than a number. It gives a vague idea, but this is the better label. So the device hash is our turbo pump. The hash name is going to be hot pump. Logic type is going to be on. No. This is wrong. We don't want to do it from a pump. We want switches. We're loading switches here, right? The pumps are plugged in directly in the D values. Yeah, okay. We're not loading the pump. We're loading the switch. Has nothing to do with the pump. So we'll say switch. Switch some kind of command? No. It's just not changing colors because it doesn't have a underline. Okay, so define switch is equal to, I don't know, switch. Switch. Structure, switch, logic, switch 2. Okay. A little gross. All right, so we're reading the switch here. Switch, hot, pump, switch? No, hot switch. Hot switch on, and I'm not sure if it's on its setting, I think. Hot switch setting, batch mode, we'll do 0 was the average one. Okay. So this should be a way that we can read the hot switch without having to wire it to the D values here, since we have limited values for inputs and we can't put everything on the same circuit at once. If we want to have one circuit handle everything on the furnace, we're going to need to split it up a little bit. So this will be cleaner. Let's do the, we'll do this hot switch, and we're going to need all of the switches. What is that, 4 or 5 switches? Cold pump is on. Cold switch. Exhaust pump is on. Exhaust switch. Fuel pump is on. Fuel switch. Hot, cold, exhaust, fuel, activate. Activate, what did I say? Activate, switch is on. I'm going to remove switch. Activate is on. Activate is on, switch. Activate, switch, setting 0. Okay, so this requires the naming to be perfect for this to work correctly. If I have any typos or anything, it's going to shit the bed. But we can just like test it and make sure that it's working correctly. Seems good. Everything's labeled switch, hot switch, cold switch, exhaust switch, fuel switch, activate switch, all labeled already. Okay, so we've loaded all of these, and we just need to plug those into the correct variables. So we will say let's see, we will set the D hot pump on to be D hot pump, or no, V hot pump is on. Set D cold pump on. V cold pump is on. Set D exhaust pump on. V exhaust pump is on. Set cold, hot, exact fuel. Set the defuel pump on. DV fuel pump is on, and this one is commented out for now. But we can still load this setting without a problem. We're just not gonna set anything until we go add that pump. I mean, we could just add that pump and not have a fuel tank plugged in yet, but I can also leave it. This is an easy thing to fix in the future when we add fuel, because that's like fucking days down the line. It's gonna be a long time before we add fuel. We have to add fuel. We have to have a large cooling system to cool off our base. We need to capture air from the environment, which we can pretty much pull from our cold tank. But we want to filter out volatiles and have a collection of volatiles. And we need to cool the volatiles down to a safe temperature. We need to have enough water and cooling to start growing plants. We need to have an excessive amount of oxygen in our system so that we can pull that oxygen from the plants, put it into oxygen storage. We need to combine a good ratio of the volatiles and the oxygen to create fuel, and then we can plug that in. So that's like way down the line. We're going to need to have solved pretty much every problem before we get to have access to fuel. For now, if we need fuel, or if we need heat, we'll just like throw some sort of gas that has an oxidizer in it through, or some sort of ore that has an oxidizer in it through. So throw through some gold or some silver or something just to heat up the furnace, and then we'll do the cooking that we want to do. Okay. The only other thing I can think is I remember now that a common problem is you shit the bed and you need to empty the thing. We need one more switch for like a void switch. If we make a mistake, I just want to be able to like force it to open and exit. I don't want to just use the activate switch. Let's say I put in a bad ratio of regents and then nothing is going to happen. If the activate switch isn't going to work until we have a hash ready to go, or until like it's ready to actually make some sort of ingot, then it's never going to reach that state. So it'll just sit there with a bunch of shit in it. Well, we can't let anything out. So we need to have like a void or like a force open. Let's call it force open is good. The force open is on. It's going to be R10. And then we can load that from force open is on. Comes from switch. Force open switch. And then we need to add one of those. I'm going to do that right now before I forget. One more switch, please. This is the shitting the bed switch for when we shit in the bed. We get a console or two. What do you need? Gold? Gold's cheap. And we're going to want 3 or 4. I think 3 is good. 2, 3 next. I'll get to that in a minute. But let's do one more switch right here. This is the whoopsie switch. We're going to put it crooked. I'll just leave it as gray. It'll be hiding. Less prominent. We should never use it, but we will. Okay, and you are labeled force open switch. Where's my label gun? Label gun. Are we on ads? Good. Let me snooze. I'm gonna push them back. Fuck ads, dude. How long can we push them back? What was it doing? Force open switch. Force open switch. Okay. So now we've got that switch in there with the correct name. Okay, edit. Oops, edit. Pause. All right, where were we? Progress. So, already just with this is all we need for controlling the pumps. The hot pump, cold pump, exhaust pump, no fuel pump yet, but this is enough to get the furnace kind of going a little bit. We can now put air in and out. We can start cooking some stuff, but we can't let anything out yet. So we want to set the open. We're going to say alias v furnace is open. It's going to be R9. Let's just double check this. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Good. We don't want to have a duplicate there if they overwrite each other. That's a common bug that will make your stuff break. Okay, so the last thing we're going to have here is set the furnace open. It's going to be the furnace is open. Okay. So now we need to compute the furnace is open. All right, and along with that, we're going to need to compute the hash. Alias v furnace hash, or like ingot ready or something. I'll say furnace hash is okay. All right. Alias v furnace hash is R8. All right. So the furnace hash is going to be load from d furnace. Nope. Sorry, we're going to load into the v furnace hash is going to be the d furnace hash. I don't know what it is. Furnace. Advanced furnace has, show me the API. What do we got here? Temperatures, pressure, lock setting, name hash. I'm not sure if this is like the name of itself or if this is saying the value, the hash when it has something ready to go. We can do a little debugging if we need here. I think it could be recipe hash. Recipe hash seems right. I think it's recipe hash. That's my guess. Regents is a count. Not seeing anything else that jumps out. I'm gonna do recipe hash. Okay. Recipe hash. Alright, so we got our furnace hash loaded here. Alright, so now we need to compute the furnace is open. This is the tricky one. So this is going to require a little bit of logic. Let's just math it out here, or write it in like normal programming logic. The furnace is open is going to be it's going to be if we have a furnace hash or if our force thing, if we have force, the force open is on. Okay. I think that's as easy as that, right? Just a simple OR. It's an OR with v furnace hash. And v force open is on. So if either of these... No, this isn't right. It's the what is it? Activate switch. Activate is on. And where's my and? This or this? Okay. Okay, so let's do it this way. All right, so furnace is open is going to be equal to either that we have a hash ready to go. No, this isn't right either. It's this. This is why I write it out like this way first. Compute it. So it is the furnace hash is ready to go and activate is on. So if the switch is on and sorry, just a second. Okay. So if the switch is on and we have a furnace hash, meaning it's ready to actually print some useful ingot, then that means that's the time to turn it on. So that way we can flip the switch, wait for it to finish its recipe, and then it'll only actually open when the hash is ready. Or, regardless of whatever the fuck's going on, if force opens on, then just open the thing. So, no problem. This is, again, pretty simple. So we'll start with that and. We'll say and vFurnace is open. Activate is on. Little typo there. And furnace hash. Okay. So both of these and then we can OR it with itself. vFurnace is open is going to be with the vFurnace is open, or the force open is on. So as we're coming through here, we load the furnace hash. Let's go ahead and do this. This is all the loading stuff. Okay. So we'll start with the and into vFurnace is open. So this first clause is the and, where we're going to and the vActivate is on and the vFurnace hash. This is pretty much all we're ever going to do. And then every once in a while, if we shit the bed, we can use that force open is on. So this is ORed into it. So regardless of what happens here, if this is 1, then furnace is open is 1. I think that's it. I think it's as easy as that. It's easy 40 lines of code. Let's call this advanced furnace. Okay. probably not going to work, but also probably pretty close to what we need. All right, that goes there. Turn it on, turn it off. Oh, it needs power. Turn it on, turn it off, turn that off. Okay, so we've got it plugged in. We turn off power always. You want to, every time, if you're ever rotating these, if you're rotating through the devices and you have this on, then this could be running and like changing values or turning stuff on for whatever you're rotating through. So you could like accidentally open doors or vents. Like you can cause some serious problems if you have this on while you're programming these. So make sure you turn this chip off before you start tweaking these guys. Anyway, looking forward to get these to match up. So defurnace is going to be our furnace. It's good. Hot pump is going to be our hot pump. Cold pump is going to be our cold pump. Exhaust pump is going to be our exhaust pump, and that's the end of variables. Okay. So I think these are basically all plugged in and working, more or less. We could take it for a quick test run right now, I think, and just see what happens. Let's see if we can play with this. I'm going to save just in case. I'm going to turn this on. We're going to turn this on and see if we run into errors. We do. Invalid integer at line 30. Okay. So it's already mad. What's wrong with line 30? Pause. Line 30. LBN. So I might use this wrong. I might need to look up an example online or anything. Let's take a look. It might not like this. Is it hash? How do I do hashes? Can you tell me how to do hashes? Hash? Is one of these hash? Hash? Okay. So it is caps hash with quotations. It didn't like the integer. Right? So the very first one it got mad at, I think right here. Is there some kind of mislabeling on this? Are you labeled hot switch? Hot switch, cold switch, exhaust switch, activate switch, force open switch. Those seem okay. I think it's not liking this hash. What happens if I swap this out for an integer? Let's just grab the integer here and say that. Is that gonna work? Maybe. Let's just throw that on the ground for now. That's on, that's on, that's on. Still not happy with line 30. How are you doing? You chilling? You chilling. Am I using LBN wrong? Probably. Device hash, name hash, logic type, batch mode. Pause. Show me the documentation. LBN. 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 Which button's which button? Loads all logic type from the output network devices with provided type and hash name hashes using the provided batch mode. Average is 0, sum is 1, minimum 2, maximum 3. Can use either a word or the number. Oh, that's cool. You can use the word here. Or then the device hash, I mean. That's neat. Let me look up a quick example. Let's Google this real quick. Stationeers LBN. Show me examples. LBN. Can you give me an example? Okay. So hash, blah, blah, blah. It's not liking this. That's the problem. We need to say hash. Okay. I want to turn this back to the other one. I want to see this work. You get to be hash, all caps, right? Okay. And then this is hash. Okay. This might do it, and it might not. Okay. How's that? I'm going to go ahead and save it. Confirm, export. Throw in here. Turn on. Keep turning that one on. On. Okay, no bugs. I'm gonna save. Let's see. So first off, does that open it? It does. Look at that. Open, close, open, close. Good to see that work. And then if we do this one, it doesn't do shit, right? Okay, good. Okay. Let's try and cook some stuff and see what happens. I'm gonna save. How about this steel I've been dealing with for a while? Can we grab this? So here's a good test for it. Let's turn on the activate switch. Now it shouldn't turn on unless it's got, I'm going to save now. It shouldn't work unless it is ready to produce steel. So throw this in. You can see it shoot through all the things, enter the system, and nothing happens because this is super empty, as expected. Let's add a little bit of hot switch just for a second or two. Does that work? We see the pressure enter. We see the temperature go up. We see things melting. Got the correct ratios. The temperature is too low, so it's not working. It's also, I need to add a box on the outside. You can see it's rapidly losing temperature as it's exposed to the atmosphere outside on the back end and has like 100 degrees. But if we turn this on for a bit, then it should eventually hit the right temperature, right? No, it's still too cold. Come on. Get warm enough. There it is. And then when it's done, it activates and it doesn't come out. Okay, perfect. So this is working so far. It needs a box on the other side to box it in and make sure it's not losing heat. But, fuck yeah, dude. That is absurdly easy, relatively speaking. Let's try some other stuff. Does the exhaust? Pressure going up? What? What are you doing? Exhaust switch? Is exhaust going the wrong way? How could that even happen? These are empty pipes. What's it pumping in there? What are you doing? Exhaust switch. Something. Is exhaust doing the cold pump? I don't know. Okay. What happens if I do cold? Is that gonna bring temp down? Temp is falling, pressure is rising, so that's working, right? Pressure going up. Okay. Okay, so far so good. This is working, this is not. What's up with my exhaust switch? Why are you fucky guy? And what about water? Can we get any water now that the storm's over? Looks like the same dudes in the same places. I think it might be like the next day we get a new option of things. Anyway, I want to go peek at that. What's happening out here? Let's see. We've got you're the exhaust pump, right? You're supposed to exhaust away. You go that way is correct. So you're taking the air from in the furnace and shoving it out into the exhaust in theory. Except you don't though. Let's see, are you named correctly? Exhaust pump. I think we can do, let's just do this. I think I've already seen these work. Hot pump's good, cold pump's good. Exhaust pump, okay. What happened in here? Do we have anything in here? That's totally empty. Okay. You're just chilling and idle, right? Okay. You have nothing in you. Oh, you have stuff in you. Wait a minute. That's not right at all. Excuse me, what the fuck? This is filtration, filtered, unfiltered. So unfiltered goes out. Oh, I know what it is. Oops. This pipe had air in it, so we just loaded this guy up on accident. Okay, I need to fix that. That's an easy fix. It's my bad. We don't want to have anything in here except nitrogen. Nothing else. That's why I made this. So let's fix that real quick. We can just pull it apart, or just like reconstruct it. Takes a whole second. Do that, and we'll do this guy can go here and here and here and here. So just get rid of all that air, bring it out of the systems. The pipe's now empty, and then rebuild the exact same thing. Okay. Now you should be empty. You should have normal atmosphere in you. Just matching whatever's outside because of the passive vent. You are not pumping the way I would expect you to, Mr. Guy. What happens if I manually turn it on? Here, turning on. Oh! How are you doing? Are you on? You're active. Okay, so that groaning means that these pumps were, or this pipe was immediately too full. Which is fine. We just need to add, like, buffer. So we need one insulated tank for this guy. And then we'll capture the air in there and it'll process it. And as long as we don't run the exhaust at like an absurd speed, we'll be okay. So that's a quick thing to add. This doesn't fix the exhaust issue, I don't think. But let's see what happens. Let's do one of the insulated tanks. Okay. And what about my code? Is there anything in my code that makes me think the exhaust is fucked? Load BNV exhaust pump is on, is the switch with the hash exhaust switch. Okay. What about my inputs? D furnace, D hot pump, D cold pump, D exhaust pump, D1, 2, 3. Okay. Did I just like wire it up incorrectly here? You are advanced furnace, you are hot pump, you are cold pump, you are cold pump. I wired it incorrectly on accident. I see. Okay, so that explains why I got more pressure and colder. Exhaust pump. And then I shouldn't have done that with that on for the speech I just gave 5 minutes ago. Whoops. That's fine. Okay. There's our bug. And good thing I checked that or we would have just burst the pipes as we were starting to use this thing. So that was a fortunate bug. Okay, that goes there. This goes here. So we're just adding buffer. That's all this is. A little bit of buffer. And then we won't have the pipes burst. This guy will fill with exhaust, and this guy will filter it a little more slowly than if we're running this full speed. But it's still going to work. The last thing we need is I need to put a box around all this. We're going to box it all in now that it looks like it's working. Let's double check. I want to confirm that the exhaust is working, and then that's the last piece of the puzzle that we haven't seen work yet. And then I can use it. Oh my god, it's going to be so much better. I'm so excited to destroy you, you fuck. Let's start pumping this to empty. I'm going to flip it, turn it on, pump to empty. Okay. Let's see, I don't need pipes. I do need one steel frame. Split one. We need 2 steel sheets. It's perfect. It's like it was meant to be. Head back out. No. Fuck it. I'm feeling brave. Do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We're gonna craft this and then test it. And we can pull it apart if we need to. It's not a big deal. But if we just put this all in a frame like this, this will get it perfect insulation for that back part of the furnace. We won't be exchanging any energy outside anymore. And the only energy only energy exchange we'll have is energy lost from just like the furnace chilling in a vacuum. Okay, turn this on. Good, empty, turn this on. You done? Nope. Okay. Do you work now? Maybe. Let's turn the exhaust pump on. See this go down. It is going down. That's pumping into that tank. which will also get filtered. This will turn on once this hits 5 megapascals, so we might have to run the furnace for a little while before we'll see that happen. We can pump it down to 0 if we need. Cool, dude. Progress. Okay. A little bit more we can add here that's going to be useful and quick and easy. Let's do a nice window right here with glass and plastic. So we'll just window this guy in, particularly because I want to put stuff on that surface. This guy's all boxed in. So at this point, now that this is boxed in, if we get this room oxygenated, we can use this furnace without a suit on and chill. So we can, in the future, in the near future, we'll be able to do all our stuff and things from total comfort and safety while the furnace is hanging out in its own little vacuum. Alright, but I wanted to add the consoles. Did we make consoles here? We've got 3 consoles. I think 3 is enough. We might need more. We want the... What do we need here? We need some chips for them. We want atmosphere analyzer. I need 2 of these. 1 for temperature. 1 for pressure. And then we want the... Oh no, I'm sorry. I did the wrong thing there. Oops. Let's just throw those into space. I don't need these at all. Get out of here. Get out of here. We want the... Not config. Gas display. 1, 2, and we want the hash display. Okay. Okay, I think that's good for now. So we're gonna throw a couple consoles in here. Did I pick up consoles? Where did my consoles go? I'm like 90% sure I picked them up, right? Where'd they go? Where'd the consoles? I'm so tired. Who saw what I did with the consoles? Is anyone watching? Oh, they're right there. I threw them into the correct location. Alright, good talk. Thanks for the help. Okay, let's do this. Like that. Is that gonna work? Can we plug these in? Can I do that, or is this gonna get angry at me? Let's find out. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. Come on. This is brutal. Can I not go through these? I can't. This is important, so I will adjust our output. Wires go up. And over this way, and then this guy needs adjustment, which means we need to break into here again. Okay, and then we need to remove the long piece and route it either up or down. I think up is going to be nicer. That means we have to go outside to finish this one. We do that, and then connect it on the other side. Do I have enough chutes here? I don't think so. Let's grab that. Actually, I think we had the perfect amount, but that's okay. Sprayed the sun to wrap this up. Okay, that goes this way. Makes room for our cords down below, and then down. There it is. Alright. Well, let's see. Where were we? This isn't... Come on. Yeah! Why did it get stuck? Let me grab you. You're right there. I see you. Come on. You fucker of mothers. Let me click on you. No? Oh, I saw it. Come on. No. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, maybe. You're gonna make me break wires? I can break wires. Alright, but I'm upset. Why'd you make me do that? Dice, please. Okay. So we'll have a gas display here. We'll have a gas display here. We'll have a hash display here. This goes here. We need power going into these. I know I can do this. Yes, there it is, right there. Right there, right there. Then one more, right there. That plugs in on both ends. We need the straight going that way. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. And we close those up. So these are consoles. They're little display jiggies that display stuff and things. We are going to be using these to observe what's going on inside so that we can control it and see what's happening. The only other thing we need is the data disk. I think that's in here, right? Disk. Data. What is it? It might be in the electric one. Data. There it is. Data disk. This is like a programming disk. I haven't used consoles yet this save. Usually you use consoles for like airlocks and stuff, but I want to make custom airlocks. I've just been manually using them, and we'll write code for an airlock sooner than later. It's a better tool. Alright, can you go on? You can. You're already on pressure. I want to do temperature here, so we'll put the data disk in. We program it, we say this does the advanced furnace for temperature. Yeah, and then we can see the advanced furnace temperature. This does the hash display for the advanced furnace, which shows nothing. So when it's like ready to do steel or iron or whatever, we'll see it pop up as an ingot here, and then we'll know. And you kind of almost don't even need this, considering how we've programmed the activate switch. It'd almost be more useful to see, like, what's the number of reagents in there, or something. But whatever, this is usually how I do it, so this is how we're going to do it. And then this one is pressure, which is correct for the furnace. Okay. So, now we have the temperature, we've got the pressure, and we've got the visibility of what's going to be crafted, all from the comfort of our nice little base. Boom. I'm going to save one last time, but I'm feeling pretty cocky here. Let's cook our steel. What you doing? You have like no air, so let's give it a little bit of hot air. You can see the pressure goes up, temp's nice and hot. So we have infinite supply of hot enough air to make steel now. So much better. And now whenever we do any sort of smelting, oh my god, it's so much better. And you can see that's already ready to go with steel. We turn this on. It starts shitting steel. Oh my god, we're doing it like a real gamer. That's a very big upgrade. Alright, this has been pumped to 0. We can pull it apart and get rid of it. This guy is dead to me. You were a lot worse. This did really good. For just like bootstrap and a start. This has built everything we own currently. But it is infinitely worse. Shouldn't have done that yet. We're going to get 2 more, aren't we? Yep. Okay. Furnace is done. Do I want to keep it? Or did I already shoot it into space so it's gone forever? Looks like it's gone forever. Okay. Cannibalize this. Just doing some cleanup. Alright, how we doing? Are you all done? Do you work? I'm thinking I'd like to have like a regents count here. It would be nice too, perhaps. Let's force open. See that work? Nothing comes out, so it's clear. Alright, good. Now we can turn that off. So whenever we want, we can walk up, we can turn this on, we can manage our shit, and craft things. Look at all that steel coming out. Boom! That is a big upgrade. Alright, ads are coming. Here comes ad. Alright. Whee! Whee! Let's check on... Can we get some water? Astromart is Probably like food, but not water. That's our power. Power is full-ish. That's good to see, especially considering we're running the furnace for a long time. Bring this guy in and see what he has. Then change this to a little different angle. See if there's anything else to see. This is all we can get. I'm gonna buy it. Alright, Astromart Man came by and gave us 2 little waters. Oh, do we have another water? Ooh, more waters. Collecting waters. Seems good. Let's clear out the empty waters too. This is at 0, this is at 0. Yeah. Yeah. We don't want to collect water bottles. We only need a couple, if any. We can drink from a water fountain. Let's just clean up. Get rid of the zeros. We still have something like 6 or more water bottles. Alright. That is, I'm calling it. This is a good place to call it. This is really good progress. Let's see, what do? We expanded the base. We created a capture system for the cold air at night, which is capturing now, and the hot air during the peak of the day. Those will fill until these 2 giant containers are just below the point of making noise because they're too full, and then that will stop. So we have an infinite supply of hot and cold air to do our crafting. That can't craft everything, but it can craft most things. It'll just make our life so much easier. When we're doing general work, that's going to do all the work for us, basically. So now furnace work is much easier. It's not dependent on the time of day anymore. And we have an advanced furnace set up too, which means we can move on to the advanced alloys and start making the better stuff. Make the better gear is probably thing number 1 that we want. We want better hard suit for the backpack and the helmet and all that jazz. We want to make the glasses that allow us to see through the ground. That's going to be really helpful too. But this is just like a big unlock for moving into the later game. If you want to, you need to start making the advanced alloys, you need the advanced furnace, and you need some pretty decent control over it. So a system like this is nice, and it's kind of required. You need to have some advanced systems to be able to work this thing. We still don't have fuel. We're not going to get fuel for a long time, but we can just throw through silver and gold and things that'll combust and cause heat, and then use that excessive amount of heat to craft our advanced alloys. We don't need to do a ton of advanced alloys. If we could get like 200 of each, that would be huge. We're going to be able to build everything we need and then some out of that. So that's great. We can use this to advance further into the middle game. We can do things like replace our solar panels. Speaking of which, I need to fix those right now. Let's get that done. I'm going to fix the solar panels. I'm going to eat and drink. And let's wrap this up and call it good. It is, I need to eat food and sleep in real life. This is a lot of stream and too much sitting. I need to stand. Let's grab a couple duct tapes. I think 2 or 3 should do it, and then go out there. This is good. This is progress. I think for next time, what we need to keep an eye out for water. We've managed to collect enough to like not die yet, but we do not have much water. That's a big uh-oh. We also, I forgot, we made enough money selling stuff, just like selling ore, to be able to afford a good amount of water. And we also adjusted the air system inside of our base so that it is giving us pure oxygen in our suit filtering all that out for us, making life a little easier, and just putting way more oxygen in the suit so we don't run out quite so quick. So that's a lot of huge progress. This is a good session here with relatively little problems. You just joined? Oh my god, what terrible timing. The last 3 days I've been streaming. I'm gonna post this all on YouTube too. I've got it ready to go, and I've been checking out the quality and everything. It looks good. So if you want, this will be on YouTube. You can check it out. Watch as much as you'd like. Maybe skip through parts if they're boring or whatever. And yeah, I hope you enjoy that. This is a really fun game. I hope some people like it on the YouTube. We'll see. Don't expect a lot of views, but if a couple people like it, then that's cool. I fucking love this game. And I like watching the other YouTubers do it too. There's only a couple people. Like Cows Are Evil, I think, is the main one. Only a couple smaller content creators that are doing it. But they can do some cool stuff. It's fun to watch. Alright, this is looking good. I'm feeling pretty good. Let's go into our nice little base. We can take off our helmet. We can poop out the exhaust gases here. Empty that. We can swap out the air tank, get that full. We can run the AC to cool it off in here a little bit. Eat and drink. And I think that is the end. It is food time. I'm dying. I need food and rest. Yeah, this was a long stream. Look at that thing go. What a champion. Wow, we're so strong now. Good work, stream. We did it. We didn't die. That is the best you can hope for in the early game. It is extremely easy to die. Only had to save scum a little. How are we on water? We got one bottle at 80. 3 bottles at 100, counting the one in my inventory. So we probably got half an hour supply of water. We desperately need to be keeping an eye out for water, but that's a solvable problem. Down to 13 degrees Celsius. Room is good. All right, we're good. Okay. This is a good stopping point. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll be doing more tomorrow.